Whoa. Whoa.
Our dopamine. Oh, I got that fix. Whoa. Our dopamine. Oh, I got that fix. Whoa. I'm gonna get you.
Remas for Captain Coder.
Whoa. Doyle. Seems good.
Stream is starting. The Captain Coder at the helm.
Our dopamine. Oh, I got that fix.
That was good
Oh.
timing. That was good timing.
Learn a lot. He loves the questions. He loves to sing. Join
I
our
don't know if I set my
Discord.
camera up. I don't even know where I'm gonna be on the screen right now. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Captain Coder here on this beautiful morning for me. I hope you're having a beautiful day wherever you happen to be in the world. Captain Coder is me. Me is Captain Coder, and Captain Coder is a computer science educator. Can see, look, I'm so zoomed out, you can see my chair over here. My I don't sit enough. I don't have that great of a chair. I just have this little bit of a chair over here. It's a little bit messy. There's my chair. I don't know why there's a jacket on. I haven't worn that in months. It's like you know, it's what temperature is it right now? It is 4 a.m. and it is 67 degrees
Seems
Fahrenheit.
good.
Not bad. Not bad. Great to see you, Distron. So what? It's the chair's jacket. Yeah, exactly. Got to keep that chair warm in this indoor winter. Kat, what are your experience with Dungeons and Dragons? I'm a big fan of Dungeons and Dragons. I got 5th edition. I like 5th edition. I got my 5th edition stuff here. I've got my not 5th edition stuff here. Here's my favorite campaign setting, the Forgotten Realms Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. TSR, Pre-Wizards of the Coast. We got the TSR stuff here. 5th Age is pretty good too. The Dragonlance stuff, I love it. I love it. I'm a big fan of Dungeons and Dragons. In fact, next year, I want to teach a class called the probabilities, the statistics of Dungeons and Dragons. I want to teach a math class about Dungeons and Dragons next year. I'd love to. Yeah, my room I got a pretty big office these days. If I zoom all the way out there, look, I thought I'd have enough room to have all my games on this shelf. Someone said, yeah, but it's because you stacked them up so that you could see them all. And yeah, that's the point. That's the point. I have them stacked up in a way that you can see them all. I really thought all my board games were going to fit on this shelf when I moved into this new office. They don't. We got most of them, though. We got the important ones, the ones I really like. Anyway, it's so wonderful to have all you beautiful people here. Braxton Wise, Kovalaki, great to have you here. Oryx, congratulations on your number 1. Because I thought that room was a lot smaller, and he walked to the far wall, and it took a full minute to get back. It's true. It's like Lord of the Rings, Journey to Mordor. I gotta walk all the way across the room. All the way across the room. Oh my god, my YouTube preview's driving me crazy. I gotta hide that. Wait, is there a hide button on this? It doesn't seem to be a hide button. Here, let's just move you back over here. No one watches on YouTube. No one watches on YouTube. Patrick, great to see you. Is anybody out there? Code Monk, welcome back to the stream. Great to see you. Congratulations on your number 11. Patrick, congratulations on your number 10. It's great to have all you beautiful people here. You beautiful people. You beautiful people. It's so wonderful to have you here. We're going to get Mooniz on the phone here with us. We're going to be reviewing... Oh, Beegs with the hats. I forgot about those. That's why you can see my chair, because normally I have my hats on my chair, but I didn't do that today. All right. I got my hat to go this way. Let's try it. Let's try it. You guys ready? Oh, we got one hat. I almost did it. You think I... Oh, I'm going to throw this hat up. I did it. Look, I threw it up. We got one hat. We got 2 hats. We got, was that 3 hats or 4? 3 hats or 4? How many hats? Surly over on the YouTube. I'm going to come here just because someone watched here. It's true, Surly. Thank you so much for watching over on the YouTubes. Thank you for being there. Stubert, it's great to see you. I forgot to update my WAT command. We are going to be looking at Mechanically Challenged today. Let me update my WAT command. Hang on, folks. Let's go inside. Look, you get to see inside the sausage. Here's my control panel. Here's all you beautiful people over here. Here's all these things I gotta check off saying, hey, nice to see you. Corvus, great to have you. Caverly Always pleasure to see it. You guys ever wonder, like, how does Captain know? How does Captain remember? It's because I see all these over here, and then I forget about them, and then I do this. I do this, up, done, and then I forget about you, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I do try and pay attention, but it does tell me when someone showed up, so I can make sure to acknowledge you, because I love that you guys all come and hang out with me on these beautiful days. Let's update our what command. Congratulations on finishing that, Proton. Nice work. Craxy, let's get another hat in. I'm going to encourage you to share it with us. Today's going to be a bad day because we're doing Mechanically Challenged. Thank you so much for the hat, Craxy. Let's get another hat on that stack. Just because I want to get through all the Mechanically Challenged stuff, but I'd love to see it. Share it on the Discord, and then if you remind me tomorrow, I think I'll stream tomorrow, or Monday, we'll take a look at it, but not today. I'm just going to be really busy today. If you want to share a link, of course you can, but I'm not going to check it out today. Want to win? Yeah, let me update the what command here. Mechanically Challenged, thank you so much for that. But yeah, what are we working on today? Hang on, I got one of these as a Mechanically Challenged one. Boom, not that one. Today we're working on Pac-Man. I haven't done that in a while. Reviewing submission for May's Mechanic Challenge, which was slopes and loops. You can learn all about the next challenge here. Slopes and loops. Let's enable that. All right, let's disable this part of the sausage. We'll click save here. Now we'll do what? What are we doing? There it is. Slopes and loops, folks. Apparently I made this challenge way too hard. I'm so Muniz, I'm so glad you're picking the challenge this month. That way people can't be mad at me. I got a lot of complaints. I shouldn't say complaints. I got a lot of people saying this challenge was hard. That's why it's called a challenge. That's why it's called a challenge. But Muniz can take the heat this month. Muniz, thank you so much for being here. We're gonna get Muniz in here in just a moment. It's gonna test those volumes out here. Let me hop on the Discord. Muniz is already there waiting for me, and I'm not letting Muniz come through. Here we go. Calling Cap at 2 a.m. in tears midst of I know, Biggs, I'm so sorry. I had to go beg people. I know a lot of people were working. I was begging people, please submit your solution, submit your implementation, so we have something to do today. Please submit your solution. So we're doing the loops, loop-de-loops, yeah. So I had to go beg people, please submit your solution. So we finally got some in here. We have 6 to review. Now let's get Muniz on the VoIP. Here, let me turn off my music. The sound of silence. All right, let's see if we can get Muniz in here. Muniz, can I hear you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can they hear you? That's the real question. Can you hear Muniz?
Can you hear me? Hello.
And can you hear? How's the audio sound for Muniz? Does Muniz? Someone let me know if we need to adjust it up, down. If there's any background noise, let us know. Be happy to fix that for you guys. Muniz, thank you so much for joining us on this beautiful Saturday. It's always a pleasure to have you on. It's always a pleasure to chat with you. And I'm gonna say, I guess I have to apologize for selecting slopes and loops this month. I should have just done loops. Remember when I told you, let's do loops? And you're like, that sounds great. Yep. And then I surprised you with slopes and loops.
Yeah, that was great. I was afraid that no one would submit for this challenge because it's really hard. So that's, but people did 6 submissions. That's really good. Well,
6 submissions. Yeah, we have 6 submissions. I think 9. Or if we look at the forks, if we just look at forks, there are 8 forks. So at least, thank you for that, Surly Dev. Let's get another one on there. And I know Practical NPC did one. Practical said he might join us today to share his solution as well. So we might get Practical in here at some point. I know there's not a pull request from Practical, so we might have 7. I know there are 8 forks, so that means 8 people forked it, not necessarily 8 people tried it, but I think I can think of a few more that have attempted it but didn't feel confident in their submissions. Yeah, it's a little tricky, Distron. All right, Muniz, you were saying you think you have one pulled up already?
I do. Okay. Let me just open Rider so I can check the code.
Okay.
And let me share the screen.
Tawny, you had some great. So Tawny, I know one of your forks is there. The initial preliminary stuff you shared on Discord looked fantastic too. All right, let me get. Oh, once you're sharing, I'll get you on screen, Moonness. Oh, you are sharing. Or you?
No,
oh no,
I'm
not yet.
Not yet.
Gotcha. Sijian, welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here. And Saw1423, I'm not sure if I said hello, but Saw, welcome back. Folks, real quick, let me give a shout out to Saw real quick. Saw, what are you working on your streams? It's not mechanically challenged, is it? All right, let's get Moonness in here. Boom. How is the size for people? I can make this bigger. Hang on. How do I? There we go. How's that look? Let me know if I need to make it bigger. Okay. Doddle, I have not thought of buying a hat rack, but that's a brilliant idea.
All right. So this solution is from, well, I guess I'm just gonna start from Tafas. And we are moving from the start. We just move because we are in a slope. So we kind of just move down.
Yeah, so gravity gets us.
Yeah. A lot of speed. Working very nicely. Can go in a large loop. So loops
Very
are working.
nice.
Yeah. And then there is going to be a jump. So you get kind of a boost. Because I think the player is rotated, so gravity is to the right when you're jumping up here. You get a boost to the right. And
gotcha.
Yeah. So this is a pretty neat controller.
Yeah, it feels good, I'm
was
assuming.
A little bit, yeah, I wish it was a little bit less floaty.
Okay.
Well, like I'm not pressing anything right now. So the speed,
Okay.
There's no friction really. I guess that's. I wish there was more friction because I've got to go with the controller now.
Yeah, so I know in mine I ended up doing it. I ended up turning friction off because I just thought it felt a little bit better. Originally, I had friction. I felt like the player slowed down too much, and I kind of cheated by setting like gravity kind of heavy for the player, and then the drag rather than having friction. So, trying to get it to feel more like Sonic on mine, which I couldn't quite emulate.
It has a small issue here. If we fall in the loop, we're not capable. We can't get out it unless we go around.
You have to do
the
a
loop.
full loop.
Yeah.
Okay. Did Tafaz provide like a README that talks about their implementation of the loop? I'd be curious what that is doing. Izzy, welcome back to the stream.
Yes, we do have a nice guide
Could
here.
you zoom in just a little bit? Yeah, have you like select that. I think that's pretty good.
There we go. So, Tafas, any issues with the structure you're happy to change? So there's another thing I noticed. The A and D are inversed.
Okay.
So if I press A, we're going
to the right.
And D is,
okay.
D is to the left. But arrow keys are correct.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, there was
that one's really interesting.
I was confused when I started because I was using WASD. So I was like, well, I'm going the wrong way. Did I break it? Okay, so 3 layers have been created. Layer BG, foreground, and transition. These are used for the loops, allow collision to be ignored. Physics 2D settings have been tweaked, so layer background and layer foreground do not collide. The player must be on one of these 3 layers. Layer transition is used when you need the player to collide with layer background and layer foreground. So that's nice. We have sorting layers, so the loop looks like it's being behind. Oh, is it using sprite shape renders? I didn't check that. That is, I started looking into sprite shapes
nice.
for this challenge as well. So
I didn't
sprite
even know that
shapes
was a
is
thing.
yeah, that's a Unity tool. So you can just
Oh, I wish I knew
make
about that. I spent so
Yeah.
much time making vector graphics. Oh man,
So I
that would
could
have been
play this
nice
now
to have.
and it works.
That's one
That's
thing I'm
really nice.
loving about this is like learning how different people approach it. This is like this is exactly what I wanted, is see different people approaching it different ways like this, because I would never even thought this, type of thing. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I'm gonna write
sprite
that
shape
down.
is something I haven't played around with before the challenge, but I didn't have time to finish my entry. But I did play around with sprite shapes, and it's really cool and very, very easy to work with.
That's awesome.
Play must have a play tag, simple rigid body 2D with circle collider, and a capsule sprite. Well, it looks like a solid solution. Let's check it's a pretty good implementation. It feels pretty good to play.
Gotcha.
So we have the play controller. I haven't had time to look through it yet, but here we can probably see handle input, right arrow and A. Yeah. So here's the input issue.
Gotcha. So they're not using an axis; they're just hard coded that. Okay.
That's usually what I do as well when I try to just get something working for testing. Then we are just checking if we're grounded. Ground air transition. Let's see. Calculate gravity normal. Where's the on collision enter? Okay, so on collision state, this is the one I wanted to see.
So they're using collision. Okay.
So when we stay within the collision of the ground, we calculate gravity normal and the getting the sine value of the angle for the angle. And
that's a cool solution. I like that.
Me too. And by calculating this, we're just adding all the normals for the gravity and then taking the average. That is also really good. Just taking all contact points. We apply the gravity. That's very simple stuff, I would say.
Yeah, I really like the simplicity of it.
Yeah.
Very different,
Yeah,
not very different, but quite different from my approach. I wouldn't say 100% different, but like the idea of like keeping your normal attached to the ground. I like that. Their approach to doing that is very different than mine. So I really like seeing that different approach.
With this, and that is in Sonic, you always stick to the ground if you run along the ground. Unless you go into a like a quarter pipe.
Yeah,
but
so
if you have too much speed, you jump off of it. I think that is not.
It depends on whether or not you want that to be, right? So if you're making like a skateboarding game, I feel like you would want that. I was thinking like, you might have different types of characters that operate differently in a game. So you have different players you could select. Some could stay attached to the ground, some could lose attachment to the ground. Depends on what you want. But yeah, this was something that I ran into as well.
I like the delay on rotating the player as well. So you kind of feel like you're flying and then rotate it back.
That's another, that's a really nice little thing that they did there. Yeah, Tawny's right. We're not making Sonic. We're doing Sonic-inspired slopes and loops. Yeah, exactly. Unless you're Biggs and then you do 100% Sonic physics engine implementation.
And then we just swap layers when we hit the loops, I assume. Let's see. I'm inside edit. Let's see.
Great to see you, Lance.
Oh. Where are the trigger? That's okay. Here we switch layer.
Okay. That's very similar to how I'm doing it. How like this, I like their approach in this way. Feels like they have a lot of triggers on it. But that's okay.
Yeah, it's switching back to the four. Like,
This is why
Well,
you
we
can
go through
get
the loop
caught in the
first.
loop, right? If you
Yeah.
fall partway through.
yeah, because here you switch. Well, I'm not entirely. I think when you drop down, you're not on foreground or background,
Yeah.
which means that you're in the middle layer, which collides with both of these. And I think that is the reason why you cannot get out of the loop, because you switch layer here and then you fall down and you'll switch back
Yeah.
to the normal one. Yeah. Apart from that, it's really solid.
Yeah. I like their loops better than
and
mine.
simple.
Mine are a little bit janky, and I put a little note in mine being like, I need to make this better. Because you can. I'd be curious if you can like find a way. Like you said, you found that one way to break the loop where you fall in the middle, and then you're sort of stuck in it unless you do a full loop. Mine, I think, are a little bit too easy to break outside of just like a normal passing through it case.
I'm just gonna say I really like sprite shapes.
They're so cool.
Because
I wish I knew about this. I spent, like I said, when you go to review my solution, Muniz, you'll see I have 10 million different objects that like prefabs that are shapes, and then they're sort of in a they have like a composite collider that combines them. I wish I knew about this. This is cool.
Now I
I'm gonna
changed the
have to
shape,
remember-
and it still works. I like that.
Yeah.
That we still have the same behavior on the wall as we do on the ground. So you get a bump on the small edges. So right here it's an edge. So I'm bumping that one. It's the same behavior as on the ground most of the time.
That's nice.
It worked the first time. I don't know. Well, yeah, a good solution.
Great solution
I'm,
to fast.
I like it. Yeah. Well done.
Yeah. Awesome. Muniz, thank you so much for reviewing it. I think this one is how's the structure on it as far as can this one be pulled in? Can we pull this in?
Yeah, I think so. There's nothing. Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
Let's go and do the pull request. Nice work on this one. Tafaz, thank you so much. Let me see if I can I'll pull one of the Godot submissions. I think we have 3 Godot submissions and 3 Unity submissions. So that sort of works out. Zaft. I think this one's a Godot. Let me double check and make sure that's true. Yeah, this one looks like a Godot. All right, let me go to this branch and pull this in. Let me go ahead and clone this repository. I should have set this up sooner. Sorry, everybody. Bear with me while I get this set up. I was so enamored by what Muniz was doing, I didn't take the time to get this set up separate. Where did that window go? Oh, awesome. Zaft did good. All right, Zaft. I'm looking forward to Zaft's solution. I haven't looked at it yet. I've intentionally tried not to look at any of these. So one thing that's interesting about this, and maybe we can find a better way to do this, is submissions need... You could go and look at someone who has submitted their solution already. You can kind of go look at it ahead of time. Not meanie. That's funny. And so there's a little bit of, you could take someone else's solution, improve upon it, write up a README, and then like kind of take credit. So I don't know a good way to prevent that doing the pull request methods that we're doing, but it would probably be a good idea to come up with a better way to submit solutions. So far it's not a problem because we don't have, I don't think anyone's doing that, right? So the goal is to learn from it. Yeah, let's look here at the solution, Zaft. Let me get that open. You're almost there. Just a few more points. right, so this is a Godot 4 solution. Let me go ahead and open this up. Check it out on itch.io. So we might look at that first and then look at it as well. But let me get this loaded up. Pull request, just have an itch build when streamed, then upload project number. Yeah, I need to, I maybe this summer, if I have some time, we can set up a page where people can actually submit them, like submit their code. So their code is sort of behind the scenes, but there is an implementation in their README or something. I don't know. We got to come up with a better way to do it. Yeah, let me get this open. I need to get Godot open first, apparently. And I want to learn more about Godot. All right, this Godot, the GD scripts. Let me get Godot 4 open here. Okay. And we're going to import. Let me blur that real quick just in case. Dramox, welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. Nothing better than uploading last day. Yeah, I want to make it so we don't have to upload at the last minute, right? Okay. 4.3. All right, so I should go download Godot 4.3. Hang on, I have that. Let me just launch it. All right, no worries, Muniz. Thank you so much. Let me get this imported here. All right, unblur. And then we'll read through this documentation here. Okay, if I can get this to go up here like that, 2D. All right, let's read through what they have here. Let's check it out on itch first. So we'll go to itch.io. We are reviewing Zaft's solution. Practical, great to see you. So this is Zaft's implementation. We'll go ahead and run it here just to see what we got. Lazamat, welcome back to the stream. Great to have you. Nice try, Saw. Nice try. I'm too powerful, though. Ooh, there's even music. I hope that music's not crazy loud. Is there a volume slider? There's not. All right, we'll just disable the audio that way. Mars, welcome back to the stream. All right, is there a full screen option? So I don't think when you put stuff on itch like this, maybe we just will use this in the... There's the master volume. There we go. Now I don't have to mute Muniz. It's like a lot of the screen is being blocked. We have like a whole... Apparently... So I'm adjusting the music off, but now my left and right arrows turn it up and down. All right, so I'm in the loop now. Unlike the prison scene, okay, so I can switch between different scenes here like this to try different things out. This is a loop with no logic setup. There's no way for the player to leave. Here to show what can go wrong when implementing this mechanic. Okay, so we have direct, like angled slopes, so we directly snap to it there. Why does it look like Cyberpunk? It looks pretty good. I like it. All right, so we have a half pipe. Okay. We got a half wall. Let's see what happens when we come up the wall. So this is also something here. So we stay attached to the top as long as I'm holding the right button down. Then we have a full loop. Let's try the full loop. All right. Unlike the prison scene, this loop has logic set up so the walls are enabled, disabled at the correct moment so the player can come out, in and out. All right. So let's see. So I can come out there. That is interesting. I'd be curious when, so it seems a little bit, I like got detached at a weird moment there. Yeah, that's interesting. I'd be curious. I'm really curious about that implementation. So notice the same thing happens in this one where you can sort of end up in a half pipe where we're on the bottom like that. It's when you touch the side that it apparently disables it. So if I fall here, I'm like sort of, so there's a little bit of interesting implementation here. I'm going to be curious to look at that. And let's look at the scenic level here. This is a pretty nice little implementation. We don't stick to that ground, which is interesting. I'd expect to stick to the ground, but we don't have to, right? And then we're going to come through this loop. I like how it enables the whole thing. You can see it enabling and disabling. I really like that little bit for the demo there. Not bad. Not bad. All right. Let's read through the README. So now that I've played through their demo, a demo showcase implementing loop and slope movement using Godot 4 by Zaft. Nice solution so far. I like it felt good. It felt good. I know there's a crazy amount of writing there explaining exactly how that works in Sonic, but I made sure to avoid reading any of it as well as not playing any of the Sonic games as part of this. See, part of my mistake is I already kind of knew how Sonic mechanic worked. So in my mind, it wasn't as challenging. So this turned out to be really challenging for many people. I'd actually read how Sonic implemented it and then didn't use that information because Sonic implements like a whole physics engine for it as well. It was more important fun to me for give it my own flavor spin interpretation. That's how I felt as well. Let's see, how to use. I highly recommend downloading a project in this folder and running it Godot 4.3. So I have that. Some of the demo scenes actually have explanations in them. The demos are also rigged to show telemetry on the screen as you move around, which hopefully helps understand what is happening under the hood. The elephant in the room is GDScript is not exactly friendly about importing libraries because of its global namespace for classes. So my recommended way is really to steal the structure of the player scene and copy/port the code as it makes sense to your own project. The solution does use the standard Godot character body node with the move and slide functionality. The main thing I expect you'll need to change porting this over to your project are some values in the config. Max slope angle, snap length, max slide. Did Sonic make their own engine for the Mega Drive game? I believe so. I don't know though. I don't know how Sonic implemented it, but I am very familiar with the gameplay. Gotcha. Yeah, Sonic is really interesting. When we go to look at Beeg's solution, we can see a little bit more of it as well. Also practical, if you would like to join us on The Voice to share your implementation and talk about it, I'd love to have you in. I know you didn't do a pull request, but I'd love to be able to talk about your solution if you're still here. All right, so let's look at this a little bit more. Max slope angle is pure reference. Just keep it under 90 degrees. How steep is a slope ramp? Less than this number is a slope, and the character tries to slide. More than this number is a wall, and the character bonks against it. Oh, I like that. I really like that. I need something like this. I have this idea of like something that's vertical. However, snap length and max slides are highly dependent on how jaggedy are your slopes, how much your angle changes on the slope, smooth, gradual, 45 increments. The demo here uses very abrupt angle change because I think that's the worst case scenario. How big is your character, especially for snap length, since that's a pixel-based value? I cannot really determine the values you will need for this, but keep in mind these seem to work well for Godot default icon and 1:1 scale, 128 pixels, and rolled proportional to it, but generally you want snap length to be as small as you can to get away with, but probably not under 1, and it probably needs to be bigger if your characters and world are bigger. All right, let's look at the approach here. I actually implemented this whole thing without using character body at first. A long time ago, I actually did this mechanic engineless, so the concept problems of doing it that way are very familiar to me. However, I found it very unsuitable for this challenge. I was having trouble to explain in words and felt like I was fighting the engine. And most importantly, the overwhelming majority of people using Godot for a platformer do indeed use the default node for movement. I had to try using it too in this case. So they had implemented their own version and decided, you know what, let's do it the Godot way. Let's do it the engine way. So I went back to the drawing board and came up with an approach that uses as much as possible, as far as my limited understanding of the engine goes, that features the default character body movement node. Very nice. I like that. Krastenstein, welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here. We are taking a look at mechanically challenged implementations for this month, which was to implement Sonic-style slopes and loops. Okay. Turns out this has improved a lot since I used it in Godot 3, and it's almost does the entire thing by itself if you just tweak a few parameters here and there. The incredible character body and almost out-of-the-box solution. The stars of the show are up direction and apply floor snap. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. If these are built into Godot's character controller, character body, that's really nice. Just by checking the floor normal as the character moves and adjusting the up direction accordingly, it was already almost done. Not even raycast needed for any extra checks. Really impressive out of the box functionality. Very cool. Very cool. When I was playing with Godot for my Godot solution, I didn't know this existed, and I did a bunch of math to get that to work. All right. However, there were edge cases depending on velocity, inclination, abrupt angle changes in the slope, even direction, looping clockwise versus counterclockwise, that caused the player to, in some cases, unpredictably pop out of the loop and just fall. As much as I tried to tweak values to make it work, I couldn't eliminate all the cases where this was happening. Raycasts to the rescue. In the end, I've decided to just add 3 raycasts, center, left, and right, going down to add an extra safety net for the cases where the player was being popped out of the loop incorrectly. The information I got from these 3 checks seemed to catch all the cases where the native snap link wasn't being enough. I'm yet to find examples where it doesn't, but I'm sure it exists. So the logic goes, if the character body, built-in logic, does not think it is on a floor anymore, I check the values on the raycast and see if they disagree. I simply call apply floor snap and give the control back to the character body. Okay, nice. Alejo, welcome back to the stream. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment on the hats. They give me all my coding powers. Infinitani, let's get another hat on this stack. Thank you so much for the hat, Redeem. Let's add another hat to the stack. Thank you. The ugly. Because this is relying on physics, there is a possibility of running into jitter, so I added some extra guards around it. Mostly things like snap to the closest 5-degree angle of rotation for normals and sprite rotation angles. Even with that, in some cases it still occurs, though it reshakes itself very quickly back to stable, and I couldn't come up with a way to fix it that doesn't involve creating a massive state machine. Interesting. One thing that I realized when I was using Godot, their physics engine is multi-threaded. The physics engine is multi-threaded, which means that your physics for different objects could be happening on different threads. And to make it work nice, you have to override, you have to extend rigid body 2D. And so you could probably do something similar with the character controller. I had to extend rigid body 2D. And then there's a method called like integrate forces that's the thread that runs. So there's like a physics update method, but that one, if you're trying to adjust physics too much, it could be running on a separate thread. So I found that really interesting. I wonder if there's something similar here. I think making a comprehensive character movement state machine that would give me more confidence about overriding the physics in some case would be the way to go to get truly robust stable. So I think this would be here. However, I think that would start to get deep into the weeds of other topics and instead of focusing on the single mechanic proposed here. So I'm drawing the line in the sand in terms of scope and calling it good enough for the purpose. Nice. Getting out of Dr. Godotnik's jail. The most interesting question for me, at least in this mechanic, is how do you deal with the fact that in a loop is, well, a loop, a naive implementation, even if you allow for the player to get in the loop somehow, would leave the player stuck in the loop forever. The main 2 options I consider to solve this are 1, the loop's leg must cross each other. You can exit loop by not colliding with the second leg if you are attached to the first. And then B, after completing a loop for a very short moment, you no longer collide with the loop. Loop legs must not cross each other. And then C, basically A plus B. I decided to go with B because I wanted completely symmetric loops as a secondary safety mechanism. If the player jumps and lands on the slope of the loop, there's no collision. Okay, project structure. Then here's how all of this stuff is set up. Just for simple purpose, nothing is done in the shares. Let's look at the code. Nor the Polite, welcome to the stream. Nor, welcome. Thank you for following me today. Nor, welcome to the stream. Great to have you. Captain, did you make your logo for your Discord profile picture yourself? I think I commissioned it. Is it the, or are you talking about, yes, the answer is no. The answer is no. I commissioned both my pixelated avatar as well as the Captain Coder logo. I commissioned both of those. So I almost said, well, it depends on which one, but I commissioned both of them. Yeah. All right, let's take a look here. I want to see the code. Let's go into our scripts. There's a lot of scripts here. Player though, so let's look at. Oh, there's so much going on in here. There's a lot of files. Let's see. I think they gave us an example of which one to look at. Some scripts are for the sake of the demo. The most important ones for functionality are scripts, player, star. All scripts on this folder are part of the main functionality. Okay. Player, there's a lot of scripts in here. Animation node, character scene. I wish I knew how to read this a little bit. State, grounded node, initial node. Okay, I do like that they have tried to separate it out into separate nodes like this one. So we have like a character. I'm just trying to understand all the details of it though, right? And as someone who doesn't really do Godot all that much, it's interesting because it's like, well, how do I structure this? Grounded node and then airborne node. So we kind of, I think, are switching between these things somehow. If I were to just run this, does this start up in our scene? Yeah, I got to set it up different. I don't know how to set it up. So out of the box, and maybe I'm missing something. I don't know exactly what to do.
Whoa.
RXR BLN, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Folks, be sure to give RXR BLN a follow. What were you doing? How was your stream? Tell us all about it. We are reviewing submissions for Mechanically Challenged here. Mechanically Challenged, we are talking about slopes and loops, Sonic inspired slopes and loops, and we're looking at solutions or implementations people have made. Let's go look at the character scene here. So would I open this up? What would I do here to open this up? I want to look scenes, main. All right. Well, what's interesting, I'd be curious to just run it. Yeah, so I'm not a Godot programmer. Xphere of Darkness, welcome in. I'm not a Godot programmer. We're looking at this implementation by Zapped, who doesn't happen to be in the chat. That's okay. Their explanation is quite good, but this is where it'd be nice to have someone here who is more familiar. A scene showing how the player can enter, exit loops. Okay, the player controller setup. Ah, got it. Yeah, practical. If you want to join and walk me through some of this stuff, that would be awesome. If you can, no worries if you can't. But yeah, would love to have you on the Discord. Over on Discord, there's a channel Munez and I are in. If you want to join that, if you can, no worries. Yeah, would love to have you help chat us through it. Practical, second last in scenes. Player here. So double clicking this, open scene. Okay, so here's our player setup. I'm in my 2D view. Okay, so I have my player set up here. We have this logic here. This is sort of like Unity's idea of prefabs, I think. Everything in Godot, from what I understand, is a node of some sort. So in Unity, you might have prefabs and you combine things together that way. Let me share my screen on Discord as well so that there's not a delay. Let me share screen. Let me know if this screen is visible, like you can actually see stuff on it. I might have to, I wonder if I can share my camera. Stream, change window.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, because I know it's, that screen is quite big. Let's see, well, let me do this. This would be my OBS, I think. Nope, that doesn't work.
That doesn't show anything, no.
All
If you,
let me
if you start
let me
virtual
try
camera
harder.
on OBS, it will show that screen.
Oh, I didn't turn it on. Thank you. Thank you. How's that?
There you go.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. So now you see what everyone else sees. Okay. Practical, thank you so much for joining us. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, no problem.
As a
Of
person
course,
who
I'm glad
is
to be here.
super new to Godot, and I've written very little GD script. Almost no. I've written very few, like a few lines of GD script. So this is Zaft's implementation. I feel like there's a lot of scripts and stuff in here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty well structured, I would say. Like, this is something that something similar to what I would implement if I was making like probably like a really intricate game with like a nice input controller and a bunch of different states. Right now there are only 3 states, but it has potential for like, a really well designed game or a really well designed character controller. So like
Okay.
they have their player script, which obviously like can like if you click on the little script button on the player within the scene, that one right there. I mean, we can see if we can scroll down.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I mean, that's usually where I put everything. Like personally, I would run the physics process in here and then update each state, check what state the player is going into. In this, I'm not entirely sure how they're running like the airborne script, initial script, and grounded script. It seemed like they ran it in the physics process of each of those
Gotcha.
each of those nodes.
Yeah, because they have
it looks
this.
like
There's a bunch of sub nodes here, right? So there's this state, and then they have airborne,
Right.
initial, grounded. I see.
right. Yeah. So I mean, I think I did something fairly similar in my implementation. Although I just used an enum because it was quicker for the challenge. But this definitely looks pretty good.
Yeah. And in their write-up, they talked about how they didn't want to build a big old state machine. So I think this was a consolation they made for simplicity. So you didn't have to, so someone coming in that doesn't necessarily understand like what a state machine is or haven't used it, to keep it simpler or more simplistic. Gotcha.
Right. I mean, I would say what's funny is that like for most state machines, like at least within like the most basic tutorials in Godot, this would be a little bit more challenging for most people, but I would say it's still really well structured.
Awesome. Yeah, it is. I'm looking at it though, and I'm going like, wow, there is quite a bit of code for this that you'd have to understand. One thing that I think would be really nice, I think that Zaf's explanation was really, really solid, saying what they're doing. One thing that I personally would appreciate in a submission like this, because it's supposed to be for learning, is, and I'm usually not a fan of like comments in your code, but when it's just demonstration purposes, it might be nice to add some comments. I personally would benefit as a person who doesn't know GDScript very well. I would benefit greatly from having like, not necessarily line by line comments, but conceptual comments in here. Yeah. Otherwise, this looks quite great. Beegs, I'm pretty staunchy with comments as well. I've gotten into some, I don't want to say heated arguments, but I've definitely gotten into some arguments that I don't typically write comments. Unless I write comments on public facing APIs. Like if someone else is going to use my public method, I'll add comments. Aside from that, I don't put comments. You write more comments than code? Yeah, I find keeping my comments get out of date very, very quickly. Zaft, great to have you here. We're looking at your solution. I'm loving it. I love the way it's organized. I like that it's not just one giant file. That's one thing that I appreciate, is you've broken it down into separate files here. I love that you're using the default player controller that Godot provides, and then you're extending that. So I think this is a really nice implementation. Yeah, totally solid. The code, one thing I was saying, I don't know if you heard me say it, I was like, I wish the one thing that I think could be nice for someone learning like me who's not super familiar with GDScript would just inline comments explaining what's going on here, since it's for demonstrative purposes, since it's just a demo talking through how it works. I think I would find that useful. If it was production code, I wouldn't have that in there. But yeah, I like how this is just using like the player's like vector right. You're applying the gravity, the friction, all this stuff in here. Pretty solid solution. I love the demo scene you provided. For some reason, I don't know, and this is me not knowing how to do Godot. If I go to your main scene, I can't get it to launch. And maybe I shouldn't launch the main scene. I get errors as soon as it loads up. Parser used tab character for indentation instead of space as used before in the file. And this might just be because I'm on Windows or something. So my GitHub, when I pulled this, maybe something switched. If you're on, it seems something weird is going on here. Yeah, might be your fault. Okay, I was wondering if this could just be my GitHub pull on Windows doing something. That's okay. So I wasn't able to run it. Thank you for providing the demo. So I was able to play it on there. A solid solution. Quite a bit. I'd say there's a lot of code here. So there's a lot of reading you have to do. That's okay. I think for a lot of these, there's going to be a lot of code because this particular mechanic is quite complex. But I loved your write-up explaining at a high level your approach without going super deep into the details of the code, but instead saying, hey, this almost works out of the box. I used some raycast. I have 3 raycasts. One other thing I think could be really, really nice, but again, time consuming to produce, would just be some images, like showing how everything conceptually works as well. But I loved your solution. I love that you have all this information available here. One thing I'll show you that you can kind of, if I fall off the loop ahead of time, I have to complete the loop to go through. So this is a behavior that felt a little bit strange. I got it to do some weird things if I just like fall off mid loop. But I think there's some easy fixes for this as well, if there's just a little bit more detail. But aside from that, I think this is one of my favorite solutions. I love the janky, not janky, but sharp angles. I say the janky sharp angles. I like that your approach said this is like the worst case scenario, and I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for submitting this. Nice work. I think we can merge this one in. So I'm going to go ahead and merge this in. Zapped. Let's make sure the file structure is correct. I think it was. We'll get this merged in. We had, wrong folder. Let's open up the other one here. What did I do? Where did it go? I can look here. GDScript, Zapped, Godot for perfect. Let's go ahead and do a merge. This looks great. More explicit name your variables. It's hard. So Xfear, this is the one thing I was saying is, as a person who doesn't do GDScript, the comments would be useful for me from a learning standpoint. I think these are probably named fine for like conventional of what's going on in a standard GDScript convention. I'm sure my code is the same way. Fantastic implementation. Thank you. Right, let's get this added in so other people can use it. Go ahead and merge this in. Great work. Great effort on it too. All right. Zapped, thank you so much for your submission. I hope we'll see more submissions in the future. This explicit variables are great. This variable handles loops and slopes and stores a lot of data regarding loops. Perfect. Well, so Fear of Darkness, this whole project we're doing, the whole project that we're doing here is specifically to create implementations to help people understand how to approach something. So that was like, that's part of this challenge is, can you produce content that helps people learn how to do it? That said, since I'm new to Godot, since I'm new to GDScript, it may not be the best one for me to start with. So you're right in that regard. I would agree with that. Okay. Muniz, how we doing?
Yep, we're good. I'm ready.
You're ready? All right, let's get Muniz back on here. Tell us, what are we looking at here?
We are looking at Sigian's solution or implementation of this. So
I'm really looking forward. Sigian seemed to have a really robust, kept challenging me on my own.
We have 2 players. I find it's kind of interesting. One circle and one cube. So I was starting with a cube. It's an interesting way to play. Like if you go in the ceiling, if I keep holding it right now, I go in the ceiling and I fall down, but I don't accelerate towards the left. So I can need to switch from right to left when I go up here to to keep the speed or keep the acceleration.
Yeah.
But the most of the loops are working great. It's a fun solution and implementation where you have several loops like right next to each other.
Yeah.
So yeah, and here we reach the
Oh, that was interesting.
So then we can go with the circle. Yeah, it's a little bit of a bug here. You cannot land on the cube up here.
That's interesting
In the
because I
middle of
did
the
see a video of this working. So Sijin, I know there is a version of this working somewhere.
So most of this, like you can land up here, but if you go in the middle, you fall down.
There's some sort of like maybe an effector or something.
But I'm really liking this. There's some physics things that makes it like you lose a lot of speed because I think the physics is pushing you into the wall when it shouldn't. Instead of looping you around the actual loop, the momentum is pushing you into the wall. Like if you go full speed here, you lose a lot of speed in small loops.
Yeah.
But it's really fun to play with, especially the circle.
Yeah.
Just
it looks
around
fun.
the loops. It is fun. If that was fixed, the momentum thing, then this would have been really good. I felt really nice.
So the momentum feels like switching direction feels off.
Yes. It's a little bit like going in the ceiling as well. When I go here, I kind of want to stick to this. I want to be able to hold right to keep going, until you fall. It feels like, I don't know, there's something feels a little bit off at the top here.
Okay.
So you have to switch which key you're pressing. And I wish that you could just keep going when you hit the wall here. Instead of bouncing, I wish that you could just kind of keep the momentum.
Interesting. I wonder how you'll feel about my implementation. You have to, when I have something similar, you have to change your arrow keys when you move because it's relative to like the player's quote unquote up. Interesting. Yeah, I might have to play it to see how it feels. It looks great. It looks smooth. It looks connected.
Yeah, the loops and everything feels good except for that you lose the momentum when you hit the wall in a loop. When you go full speed like this, you see there's some things that are not working 100%. At slow speed, it's great, but then kind of bounce in the loops and
gets a little bit jaggedy. I would my thought on that is it might be. I'd have to see the code. My guess is because mine, I didn't necessarily put everything in the fixed update initially, so there's some physics like counterplay going on against the physics loop versus the non-physics loop stuff. So once I moved, for me, I moved. There were certain things that I thought would be okay, not in the physics update. That as soon as I moved into the physics update, all the jaggediness came out. So I'd be curious if there's anything going on in normal update somewhere in the code.
We can take a look. I've been looking through this a little bit. So we have the ground checker. This is just checking if you're grounded.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of basic. The thing here that I was thinking about is we're using ground layers in a layer mask like this.
Yeah.
But a lot of people cannot read this since it has to do with bit shifting.
Some bit masking in there, yeah.
Yeah. So this is very confusing for most people, I would say. This whole to knowing if we're colliding with the ground or not.
Even someone who knows what it's doing, it's like you have to stop and go like, what's this doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At first it was like ground layers instead of single layer. No. It's more layer. Yeah. It was difficult to read for me. There are other ways of doing it, like using layer mask, get mask. If you want to define them as strings, and I think it also has.
Yeah.
You can get the flags of the layer mask as well. I can't remember how you do it, since the layer mask is basically a dynamic enum. Look, it's like an enum. It has integer values. So you could just check if it has the flag. I can't remember how to do it right now, but it should be possible. And then we have the loop. This is kind of how I was thinking about doing loops at the start. We have an enter event, exit event, and a swapped. So basically what we're doing on trigger enter, when we hit the loop, we have some collisions here.
Yeah, so there's like a bounding
single
box around
collision.
the whole thing.
Yeah,
that's
so
a trigger.
it checks when we enter this collision. From the side, we check if we're on the left or right side of the middle, and that bases it on which way you go in the loop, which is pretty cool. Here we left or right, then we enter, and since we can be in more than one loop, it's quite interesting. But we just kind of loop through the loops. We ignore collisions with what we shouldn't hit, depending on which side we come from. So if we're coming from the left, we disable the collision with the left enter.
Collisions,
yeah. So it's and then we have like a trigger and a swap. I haven't looked at that, but there should be a swap up here.
Gotcha, at the top point
we
of
have
the precipice.
Yeah, so when you go around one direction, you will swap up here, which is kind of like what a lot of people probably do. That's one of the implementations I would have done. Also have something to swap up here. I think that's kind of it. We have looper just moving a rigid body along the ground, rotating it.
Okay, so that's how we get the movement for that one player. The circle, we apply a rotation to get movement.
Yes.
I like that.
I think this is the looper, yeah. So we can set the speed here if you want to, and play around with it. And the wasp does not. Oh, it still has the looper. Interesting. It's also using. I'm not entirely sure how this works, but it's probably good.
I don't know how it works, but it seems to work. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that we have the looper, which that's the angular velocity. I guess that works, but it was a little bit janky with the cube.
With the square, is it also doing a loop? Does the square actually have a circle collider inside? Is that what's going on?
I don't think. Oh, it does.
That's what it's doing. So it just appears to be a square, even though it has the circle collider. Very nice. Yeah. I like that. So one thing that's nice about using the circle is it still attaches. It doesn't get weird collision on rotations. Using a capsule would do something similar, but with a capsule you wouldn't be able to spin it to get it to move.
Yeah, and here we can see how it's reacting in the loop a little bit more.
Yeah,
it doesn't rotate fully, loses grip. So if that was fixed, this would be a really good solution. If this loop thing,
it looks a little bit awkward.
Would be smooth. Yeah. But apart from that, it's
solid solution.
How's the
README? Is there a README for this one?
There was no README on.
No README for this one. Okay.
GitHub, no.
All right, solid solution though. The code looks relatively straightforward. There's some weird things in there you have to stop and think about. Again, one of those things where this is interesting because I just happen to understand C# and Unity code more because I've done Unity for a little over a year. And so I understand the structure of Unity code compared to like a GD script type implementation where I look at it like, oh yeah, this makes sense. Even though it's, the way it's separated and stuff is just as much as the GD script stuff was. It's interesting how that works.
Yeah, it's I'm really lost in the Godot code. I don't really understand what's going on there, and so I'm glad you were taking that part of the
I'm trying.
of the challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, good solution.
Uh,
I like it's similar to something I would have done with the loops.
Very cool. Very cool. Great work, Sijian. Thank you so much for sharing this with
Great
us.
work.
Let's give you 1,000 points. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Let me get another solution up here. Let's get another Godot solution in here. And we can have Practical guide me through it. Let's see.
I'll try my best.
Yeah, let's see. We got, oh, so let's go ahead and do a, so for that one, I would actually say, if we get the one thing on this, I would like a README. So Sijian, for this one, if there's no README on it, I think we just need a README before we do a full merge. Let's double check if the README, yeah, there's no README. Sijian, I would say add a README in here. He also says the solution is great and nice and good. Sijian, I think you have a good solution. I think the one thing I would like is a README doing an explanation of like how the code works, how someone could incorporate it into their project, and then it would be, you know, a close to perfect solution in my mind. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Is Tafaz? Oh, you already reviewed Tafaz's.
I did Tafaz, yes.
AJ Rekov. Take a look at this. Does anyone know who AJ is? Is AJ, are you in the stream?
He's been in my chat a couple of times.
Yeah, I don't know if I've met this person. But so excited that you made a submission. It's really cool seeing all the different people. So that's not just the same people from last month. So I'm really, really finding that to be really cool as well. AJ, welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. We're about to take a look at your submission. All right, so I'm going to read through your Slope Body 2D. Let's read through this first before I try and just open your project. That's probably makes the most sense. This is my take on the Mechanically Challenged of May 2024. To install a plugin in your project, simply drop the add-ons folder into your project array, then go to your project settings and activate the plugin. Getting started. I like that you've provided it that way. To try out the plugin, a sample project is included in this folder. It contains examples of a player, a obstacle, and a level. Alternatively, you can continue reading this document, which highlights the key concept necessary to understand the plugin. Awesome. Let me see if I can open it. AJ, since you're here, which version of Godot 4? Is it 4.2? Let me get this open or get it started here. 4.2, 4.3. We'll try with 4.2 to start out. Next challenge will be revealed at the end of our review here. So stay tuned, Sijian. We have it ready to go. We just got to do it. No worry, AJ. No worry. Challenge when Practical did it on Godot Official. Practical, thank you so much for doing it on Godot Official. Should run on 4.2. I'll do 4.3 since I have that installed. That'll just be easier. Okay. Do an import here. Bear with me, everybody. I know it's so fun to watch my screen when nothing's on it. But just bear with me for a moment. I'll get this pulled in. AJ, here we go. Godot 4. Project. Okay. All right, and then I'm going to read through the rest. It could be worse, could be ads. Yeah, no ads here, Zaft. No ads. Okay, it's loading up. Slope Body 2D. This is the core class of the plugin handling the movement and gravity of a player-controlled body. The class exposes various properties to fine-tune the movement to your needs. For more details, please refer to the class documentation. Currently, multiple instances of Slope Body 2D are not supported. Okay, so you would attach a Slope Body 2D. My guess is that this is some sort of extension of Rigid Body 2D. Let's go look at Slope Body 2D. JD, welcome back to the stream. Slope body 2D. Extends character body 2D. Okay, so close enough. Extends at character body 2D. To enable obstacles that intersect, such as loops, the concept of layers is introduced. Both bodies and obstacles can only exist on one layer at a time and can interact only with elements on the same layer. Additionally, layers change the z-index to keep intersections visually consistent. To transition a slope body 2D from one layer to another, a transition area class has been introduced. This class defines an area of transition, a direction, an entry layer, and an exit layer. Entering or leaving an area updates the layer based on the direction of the slope body 2D relative to the transition direction. So this sounds like what we were doing, not what we want to say, but Sidian was doing as we were coming towards a loop. We're able to turn it on or off based on where we are in it. Obstacles. For easy prototyping, obstacles can be created with a curved 2D and a specified thickness, handling visual collision and layering as described above. Since the layer implementation relies on physical layers, you can create obstacles as simple static bodies and set up the physical layer yourself. This is what I did when I was trying to do Godot myself. Movement modifications. You can add more functionality to the movement by extending slope body 2D and defining a validate velocity function. This allows you to implement features such as jumping or sprinting. An example of this extent, including a jump feature, is provided in the add-ons example folder. Very nice. I can't wait to see it. If you wish to contribute, feel free to submit a pull request or issue the main project. Nice explanation of each of the different components. Let's take a look at the project here. And as a person who knows almost nothing about Godot, not nothing, but next to nothing, let's see how I do with it. And we got practical, here just in case I need moral support. Okay. Is there a way I can like full screen? There it is. There is a full screen button. Nice. Okay, so this is our character. This is our slope body 2D. Also, folks, be sure to, if you want to check out someone who also knows how to do Godot, thank you for the shout out to Practical. Thank you for the shout out to Practical. Ryan, welcome back to the stream. Great to have you. The player class represents a character in a 2D platformer. This physical body that handles movement along the slopes and loops. This is a physical body that can be controlled left and right and follow the floor, whatever its direction. It handles both movement and gravity. To enable obstacles in such a loop, the concept of layers is introduced. Okay, so this is sort of what we were talking about before. Can I just run this? Is there a scene here? If I just hit play, let's see what happens. Biggs, yeah, Practical is awesome. Practical is awesome, if you didn't already know. Oh no, what's happening? There it goes. Okay. So we have this character here. Ooh, that's a tight loop. It feels pretty smooth. The camera, I'm not sure if the camera is jittery. Okay, so gravity does affect, so we have to go in fast enough. One thing that's interesting is being able to do this sharp turn right there is fascinating. But it does sort of snap the velocity as I come back around the corner. Okay. Oh, this is cool. I like this. So I can come up here. We can do sort of these wall and spacebar to jump. Okay, so we come up like that. Ooh, this is a challenge here. Let's see if I can get in like that. There we go. Oh, can I do it? Oh, do I have to jump up this way? Am I just not good enough to go up there? This is a challenging loop here. Not loop, but challenging to climb this area. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be able to. I think I should be able to. I just got to get good on my direction changes. One thing that's interesting here is I cannot change directions. When I change directions, when I'm on a slope, it changes to follow the slope in that direction. So if I'm up on the wall here, and I press right, I follow the wall down. Okay. Let's see if, so like trying to get these curves to feel good is challenging for me. Oh no. Can I get up to, I don't know if I can get up here. You guys gonna watch me fail. I can't do it. Nice controls though. That feels quite good. The one thing, oh, there we go. Oh, I did it. Easy peasy. Maybe. Can I get up? There we go. All right, what's up here? Nothing. All that for nothing. There's a technique. You can do it consistently. There's a technique. Yeah, I felt like I couldn't quite figure the technique out there. It's in focus mode. Okay. Yeah, very nice. The controls feel good. The camera jitter is a little bit weird to me. I don't know what might be causing that. As a person who doesn't know quite enough about Godot, the jitter feels a little bit off, but a nice feeling on the implementation there. I want to look at our slope body 2D here. So our add-ons, there's just a few scripts here, which for me as a beginner is really nice. So we have this transition area for doing the loops, I believe, and then we have our slope body 2D. I want to look at the slope body 2D here. Okay, player size. Is this, I'm assuming this is the size in pixels of like the player sprite. Climbing slope, so this is whether or not the maximum angle the player can walk on, so they'll fall off if it goes upside down type of thing. Snap distance, so we're snapping to the ground. You have a specific snap distance. Oh, this is just calculating a snap distance. All right, so set and get. We have some friction stuff going on here. The layer of the player. Okay, ready. Here's the physics process. All right, so we snap to the floor. And then if we're on the floor, we rotate our player. Oh, if we're on the floor and our velocity is within some bounds, I think. So if we're moving at a specific speed, it sort of looks like. I don't quite understand this. Practical, do you have, what do you think this is? Velocity up greater than -5. Vector down to up direction greater than 0. Seems to be based on if we're going on a slope to add some speed to us in that direction. And then we get our direction and we apply our speed in that direction. If we're not on a floor, stop on slope, or we're climbing, we continue to give us additional speed like that. And then we validate our velocity, move and slide. Okay. So validate velocity is not doing anything, but you could modify this to, this is what we were talking about in the documentation. You can modify that to adjust how the game feels. Snapping to floor, we check if we're on a wall. We can snap to a wall based on what, like, you know, if we're within an angle that we can do. So if we're not on the floor, we cannot snap to it. If we're colliding, we set our up direction. So we snap to a collider and then we set our up direction and rotation based off that. Nice. I feel like this is a pretty straightforward solution. The snap is nice. So when we snap, we connect to the floor, then we rotate our player to face that direction. Relatively simple solution. No worries, practical. I really like the simplicity of it all. It's all in one script, which is nice. So from a learning perspective, I really like this one. For reusability, it feels like you would have to maybe modify this into different states if you wanted to take this and add it to your own. But I like that you have examples, right? So you even said that, let's say you wanted to add in jumping here as an example of doing that. So when we do a jump, we actually add that. So this is extending our slope body 2D. So it's you could extend this thing, validate stuff for doing jumping. Obstacles and loops felt quite good. And you're using a transition area here to detect that. So as the player is approaching, you turn stuff on and off. I wonder if I can see that in our inspector here. Let's go to our 2D view here. Yeah, so if we look here, we have the different types of things where we're detecting the loop as well as the area as we're passing through, it looks like. It's our loop. Yeah, there's our loop. And so we use, the loop has the loop script on it. Okay, so we get the left entry, we have the right entry, so we detect which side we're entering on to turn the layers on and off. So we switch them on and off. So this is our on, our switcher, our left part is the layer, and then we switch it here depending on when we hit different components of it. Very nice. I like the simplicity of it. AJ, fantastic implementation, fantastic description here. All in all, super solid. Like I said, the camera felt a little bit weird. I don't know exactly what. As a person who doesn't use Godot too much, I'm not quite sure how to resolve that. But there's a little bit of glitchiness there. Layering, I like that you're using that there, and then also the ability to extend it feels quite good. Some extreme loops, right? Some extreme loops and some extreme slopes. It feels weird that you can go around the corner so fast. Some slurping the camera movement. Gotcha. Yeah, AJ, as far as simplicity goes, I really, really like the simplicity of this solution. Fantastic, fantastic submission. Let's go ahead and do a merge. I think this one's ready to get merged in. Nice work. AJ, fantastic. Any comments from you, Muniz? Sorry, I was talking so fast there.
On the physics, I really like the fact that you could just run up against a wall and keep the speed up the wall. It's something new. I haven't seen that before, and I think that could be a very fun game.
Yeah. Slightly jittery. I think it could be a really fun game. That's how I felt playing all of it. Like, oh man, I want this to be a full game, right?
Yeah.
All of this stuff looks fantastic. Can be moved, improved. It was slightly jittery. Thank you again so much for your submission, AJ.
Reminds JD of Mario World, yeah, where you could run up walls.
Yeah, if you have enough. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You have enough speed there, right? All right.
Yeah, the ramps.
All right, who are we doing next? Moon is. I guess Beegs is next, and then we have my solution. And then if Practical wants to, we can look at Practical's implementation.
I'm waiting for Beegs to update his pull request.
Okay.
So, he's done now, so I can fetch that. But we could take, while I'm downloading that, we could either look at your implementation or if Practical wanna show off his.
Yeah. Practical, are you with us? Would you be willing to share your implementation and talk us through it?
Yeah, I totally can.
Cool.
So full disclaimer, this was done slightly in a rush during the Godot live stream, but I do like the implementation. I do think I could have made a bunch of fixes, but it was a lot of fun. And I did like the approach. So here,
Cool.
I can share my screen.
Yeah, share your screen. I'll get you on.
Okay.
All right.
Maybe at some point I can make a pull request if I add like some instructions or maybe work on it a little bit more. But the source is available if anyone wants to check it out. So we did a bunch of stuff. I think for the most part it's 2 raycasts. We used I'll show the gameplay first and then we can try to we can look at the code. Right now you can see are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, you're on the screen. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So right now we have 2 raycasts, one pointing downwards, checking if we're on the ground. I am using a kinematic body, which we basically have almost full control over the physics of our character. The red arrow that you see is just for displaying velocity, and then the green arrow is an extra raycast that I used to check if we want to still be connected to the ground. So here, you can see it turns green to show that we're on the ground.
Okay.
It's not the best at the moment, but it's pretty decent for starting out. Obviously you can see we can sort of we have the ability to ignore
that could be
physics.
A mechanic, right? I feel like a lot of these things are like, oh yeah, that could totally be part of a game mechanic, right?
Totally. I did introduce states to allow for us to fix this. I just didn't. I wasn't able to do it during the stream. As you can see, like for instance, if we slow down, we fall straight down. But if we maintain a high velocity, we're able to keep moving. The idea with these raycasts that you see here was to make sure that if we did have a certain velocity, if we didn't achieve like this maximum length, you can see this variable here. You can see we have like a lot of floating numbers here, but like you know, we can make it so that at a certain length, if we didn't achieve a certain length, or if our total velocity went in the opposite direction from our initial I guess loop or slope, we would fall straight down again. Yeah, I didn't do that, but we did introduce some sort of state machine which allowed us to do that. So you can see on the top right we have like the ground state, the fall state. Is that what I did? Ground state, and I think we have a jump state as well. It might just be a ground and fall state actually. But yeah, here I'll go over the just a little bit. Let me see. Really forgot what we did here. Moving velocity, floor normal. So something that was interesting with the kinematic body within Godot is that, like, let's say we're colliding between these two nodes right here, or these two slopes right here. We wouldn't know if we were on this platform or on this platform, and that's why I introduced this second raycast. Here, let me see if I can. Ooh. And I threw it all under one script just for simplicity. It is a relatively big script. Like, you know, all the input is handled here, and all the states are handled here too. If we had more time, or if we wanted to make if we were trying to make a fully fleshed out game, maybe we'd split it up a bit. But let me see here.
Yeah, my solution started as one big file too, and I said, okay, well, how can I simplify this and pull it out? So that's an approach that is usually pretty good.
So this is our ground movement. So we just check if we're on the left or right, if we're pressing left or right. From there, if you are starting out with Godot, usually if you have a kinematic body, they have some like placeholder code for you. That's basically what we use. So if we create a new scene, if we create a new scene, kinematic body, or sorry, they're called character bodies now. We'll just add a quick script. So yeah, this is the placeholder code for kinematic bodies. You know, if you're pressing left or right, just direction, time, speed, and then move and slide. We basically just refined this code right here. And let me see what we did. We grabbed our down normal, which is the this purple raycast right here, and then depending on our forward velocity, which is, let's see here. Based on our down raycast, we would rotate. So it was a little interesting, my approach. I don't think this is the best approach, but I think it has potential for like maybe a Sonic-like game with maybe hopefully more advanced physics, where based on the velocity of the player going forward, we can make it so that I wanted the ability for our velocity stacking up on this ramp to also be applied to the distance once we leave the ramp. And I think Sonic also does this, but I don't know, maybe I overcomplicated it in some way, but it was a lot of fun. I'm not entirely sure. Let me see if we can share it.
It's a really cool approach. I like it.
Yeah.
Daniel Pancake, great to see you here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think what else I could share with this that would be interesting for the people watching currently. I mean, you can download the source code if you want to see what I did, or maybe just check out the VOD that was on the Godot channel.
Oh, that's a good idea.
A couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
This whole thing makes me want to make like a racing game, like watching yours, watching all these other ones. I think a really cool 2D wall climbing racing game where you have obstacles that you have to like latch on, like watching yours, the way you like kind of latch onto things. I could see that being a mechanic that's like intentional, that allows you to navigate these levels and terrain in really interesting ways.
Oh yeah, totally.
Awesome solution. I like it. You know, always room for improvement, ways to clean it up a little bit, right? But it looks great. Awesome. Thank you so much for
Looks
sharing.
great.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Moonless, how we doing?
Yes, I got Bigs up and running.
All right, let me get you in. Let me watch that. Okay. All right, Moonless, you're live. All right, so we're looking at Beeg's solution.
Yes, so I wanna first see if I can find a README.
Yeah, if there's a
there
README,
was
that's
a README.
probably a good place to start, because I know Beegs was so one of the things I think is really impressive, and Beegs, feel free to correct me or us if we're wrong, you were attempting to implement the actual Sonic physics, not using Unity's physics, but actually implement Sonic physics, like to the T, implementing their code, like doing a port into Unity.
Let me load up the README.
I don't. We'll find out in a moment here, Beegs. Beegs says trying. Yes, I caused you quite a bit of pain and suffering. I apologize. All right, here we go.
I found it. So this project was an exercise in biting off more than you can chew, but there is, I hope, the foundations of a working slopes and loops character controller. I've played it, and there is. The controller handles slopes and loops, including sliding back down slopes when the player does not have enough momentum. That's pretty much all. However, no jump or additional game mechanics. The system is based on the way the original Sonic the Hedgehog worked, which is in great detail over at Sonic Retro. I've probably read this or looked at this as well. Yeah, goes into detail about how it works.
Yeah, I personally feel like I cheated a little bit having read this in the past. I didn't read it when I was doing my implementation, but I was aware of how Sonic did these things.
Mm-hmm. So here you can see how they actually did loops and how slopes work and what they do. Even the layers here on the zigzag path, how they worked. And Biggs tried to create like a one-to-one implementation. Yeah, it's really hard since it's using Unity and not a Dreamcast. But you know, you should be able to drop the files. Right. The first thing was that Biggs only submitted the files, not the project. So I could have opened it in a new project and included the files. But he was nice and added a project, so I could just load it. No special setup of the project or adding external dependencies should be necessary. The character controller treats any colliders, including trigger colliders, on the layer that is assigned as the ground layer in the controller script as ground. It also does not use colliders itself. In theory, you should be able to put this on any game object, drag in the character stats, scriptable object, one that's included in the project, and set the ground layer, and you're good to go. And that sounds pretty good. Let's there's one thing, I played this a little bit and I wanted to see I want to increase the follow speed of the camera a little bit. So let's play this and I'll show it off.
Sweet.
Let me just recompile so we can get the new camera speed. Or maybe I set it on the camera somewhere. Because I got a lot of speed and the camera couldn't handle it.
Gotcha.
There we go. Follow speed 25. Good. So when I started this, you get some speed, and then you can't really go up the loop immediately. Oh, the camera cannot.
Needs to be.
Can we do like 200?
There we go.
Yeah, now it's better. So what I did was I just gathered momentum, and then you can get through like that.
Okay, that looks pretty good.
Yeah, this is really good. It feels really good. just that it's a bit. I think slopes are a bit. You lose too much momentum
Okay.
on slopes. Apart from that, it's really solid. You're on the ground, and it feels nice to play.
And
Yeah.
and it's gone.
We're gone now.
Big says, can we look at the character stats object in the data folder?
Character stats, Sonic-like. Yeah. So here we have it. Oh, a lot of settings. Top speed. Your gravity. Are these the settings from the? I know that there's a lot of variables settings on the website. Are these the exact correct values, Biggs?
Big says
But
the
it's all messed
values
up.
are all messed up. Oh, no.
Oh no.
There's a lot of variables here.
Yeah. Not even close. Oh, that might be why I have to gather the speed. I wonder why they're messed up. Interesting. But let's have a look at the code. I haven't looked through the code, but here will be character stats. Oh, we have, as Big said, we have a lot of documentation. More documentation than code, yes, which is perfect. You missed a few. I think this is really good though, with the explanations of what the variables are doing, because friction speed, I mean, you understand what friction speed is, but you're not really sure
Like how it works.
when it's applied. And here it says it's
Yeah.
applied to horizontal velocity anytime no horizontal input is detected. So this is really good. I think this is really good for when showing the project to, or new people are coming in, looking at the solution, and now they know what everything is doing. The controller, I've been checking out Big Stream when he was working on this, and there's been a lot of problems, I would say.
Yeah.
Struggles is a better word. Getting the same mechanics in as the original Sonic.
Yeah.
So it's not
May
problems,
not-
it was struggles.
May not be completely worth the time to look at all of the code here, since, Biggs even has said that, it doesn't quite work. It's sort of a port of attempting to get these things, but it's impressive in my mind to look at all of this and see just how much code there is, but the logic feels like I'm already watching like if, else, if. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a never nester, and we have at least 3 ifs deep here. So it becomes really hard to follow.
This is where using the C#, where you put the brackets on the color brackets on a new line, because this makes it easy to read what's going on. Because this kind of the JavaScript way of doing it is. This makes it hard to read. For me, at least. But I also wonder why the ground speed here is 0.005 and not up here. There's a lot of code, and it felt good to play, even though the values were not correct. So I really like the movement, that you can gain momentum from going up and down slopes. That part felt really good, and I feel like this could be a really, really good base for a controller, like a proper Sonic controller.
Yeah.
And there's
Awesome
good
stuff.
comments, and yeah.
But
really good.
the debugging process, however we I know that was painful for Big, so I apologize for making your life so terrible the last couple weeks as you've tried to debug what the heck is going on here, where are things going wrong, right? Yeah. Zaf says, I have so much respect for the absolute legend that did these things with caveman level tools back in the day. I absolutely agree.
Agreed. But I really like the comments in the code, what everything is doing. this is going to be perfect for someone who want to learn how this is built
Yeah.
up. So I would say it's a great implementation. It just needs a bit of polish, and if you add a couple
Massaging.
more mechanics, like if you're jumping and then you suddenly have
Yeah.
like the perfect Sonic controller. Yeah,
Very nice.
I like it.
Yeah, Beegs, fantastic work. Thank you so much for sharing
Fantastic
this with
indeed.
us. And if I forgot to give someone points, feel free to yell at me. But Beegs, 1,000 points to you. It's not as much as you deserve for all the pain you went through, but it's what I've been giving everyone else. So what's fair is fair. Yeah, it looks like it works really good. Don't apologize.
It feels really good to just keep momentum.
And bonus, we get this great tile set. Beegs made this tile set for this.
It's kind of funny being faster than the camera.
Yeah, but you when you hit the loop, it has to it kind of catches up for a second. It's right, practically got to go fast.
It's it's fun to play. It's fun. It just
very cool.
I like it. I like the gameplay is fun. You could have just a few more loops and it would be fun to keep the momentum, and you could probably build a game of just gaining momentum and keeping momentum.
Yeah.
With this, I think that's nice. Yeah.
Very cool.
Well done, Biggs.
Yeah. So Beegs, let us know if you want us to merge this one in. I know you feel like it's not ready yet. But we'll leave it in as a PR for now. If you ever decide to go back and cause yourself some more pain and fix it, we'll be happy to merge it in, I think. Very cool.
To disable gravity. Disable slopes. Oh, yeah. Nice. I don't think that's correct, but nice. This feels good. Now you don't have the momentum, but you can go around
So you can
loop
just stick to the top
and
of
in the
the
ceiling.
world.
Yeah. Imagine this with a jump button would be so good.
I know, that's I want to see that.
Yeah, I want to see that
Alright.
as well.
Really cool.
We're hiding.
Behind the layer. All right. Awesome. I think this was the last one aside from mine, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So, in that case, Moon is I could review my own, but I think it would be unfair of me to do so.
So you want me to?
Yeah, I would love for you to review mine and give me feedback on it, and then I get to be here live and say things. While you get it set up, though, let's take a quick break. We're going to take a quick break. Beegs, thank you so much for sharing this with us. Everyone who participated,
you very
awesome stuff. We're going to look at my implementation after this quick break. I'm going to get myself a little bit of bean water, probably 2-3 minutes, and we'll be back at it. All right, so hang tight, everybody. We'll be back. All right, everybody, Captain Coder, we're back. We're back here. Mooniz is going to be reviewing my solution. I felt it only fair for Mooniz to review my solution instead of me reviewing my own solution. That said, my solution is not eligible. I cannot win the prize, even if Mooniz wants to give it to me, and even if I want to give it to myself, I cannot win the prize. But Solomon, thank you for the hat. I thought I had escaped the hat bombardment. Let's get a hat added to this deck. All right, Mooniz, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, let's get you on the screen here. Okay. All right. Oh, we're just seeing my face, actually. There we go. Now you're on. Sorry, folks. I thought we were seeing the desktop, but apparently we're just seeing my face.
I'm just waiting for
Snap's
to
here to
open.
criticize me. Snap's, I'll pay attention to this one.
All right. Maybe jump and a move. Okay, so here's the same thing that I had on Stygians, I think. It's nice that you go there, but when you start falling immediately and you still hold left, I feel like it's really hard to keep the momentum and knowing when to switch. Should I go right at the top? But if I do,
So, you should be able to let
drop
go
down
at
even
any
faster.
point and press right. So even before you hit the top of the loop, you can switch directions. Yeah, so I would be curious on this Mooniz, would you think, so this was when you were saying that on Stygian, I was like, I kind of want to see that. Would you make it so that way if you just kept holding the left key, it keeps you moving that direction until you let go?
Until you land on ground, I would say, because you're going up here.
You'll see, so it switches
now
as
when
soon
you're
as the
falling-
character's up switches is what's happening. So you see the dot at the top, that's when it switches.
Exactly. So when I go along this, I want to keep holding right, and then I want to have this time when you're falling. I want to have that full time to switch direction.
Ah, yeah,
So if
I can see that.
If I keep holding, if I let go, it should stop the momentum. But if I keep holding right, I
It
should
starts
be able
applying
to,
it back the other direction. I see. Yeah, so
Yeah.
currently it's hard to
that's something
see.
I would.
Yeah, just for people watching, it's hard to see
Yeah.
what Mooniz is describing, but if you just hold down left and don't let go,
Yeah.
the player just keeps moving to the left even when they flip upside down. So one thing that I think I could do to fix that would be when you detach, just ignore the player's input until they press a key again.
Yes, that would be great. Because then it's so much easier to keep the momentum going from like ceiling to ground here. I mean, you can still do it, but the moment if I press right up here, I lose the connection with the ceiling here. So when I try to switch in the in the curve to left, I immediately fall down. Like I start falling in the at the end of the curve. But if I keep holding left, I keep going like a few tiles to the side.
Yeah.
Still. So that is
I
something.
see.
Like I would like longer and then fall. Yeah. That's what I would like because it feels it becomes really weird when you're when you want to keep the momentum.
Yeah, that's one of those things that it's hard for me to know because I'd been doing it so long. I was like, oh, this feels really good. Like to me, it felt like, oh, this is nice to be able to switch like that. Yeah, so thank you for that.
But I like that you
feedback.
can keep the momentum up here. And I like you can jump up into it. So here you can, well, you can kind of, yeah, I did it the first time.
If you
So jump
time it
up
right,
into
you
the-
can like maintain that momentum. Yeah.
But I can't switch direction, can I?
No,
No,
when
if I
you
press
when you
left,
change the direction, when you change a direction when you're on a loop or a wall, it detaches you from that wall rather than keeping you stuck to the ground. That's what it does in Sonic too. I was trying to mimic that. So if you're on this one, you press left, you'll come off of it.
Then you fall off.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can jump. That is kind of the same as in Sonic, so nice.
My loops are
Apart from
kind of
the
broken. I need to. I'm not 100% happy with my loops. You can do weird things with them if you try hard enough.
well, apart from this falling right here, same that Sidian has, it feels really solid to play. Like you get stuck on the ground like this, and then you fly on the quarter pipes. Yeah, it's a very nice experience.
Thank you. Profits, welcome back to the stream. I'm sorry the eye is staring at us. I should have used the player sprite. I know Practical, I was watching
very nice.
Practical like do these loops and jump around and causing Practical was able to get stuck in the wall on that area there.
Yeah, I feel like it's so easy to have that happen.
Especially if you understand how the loops work, right? So there's a little trigger at the very top point that you can, if you get the right momentum, the right velocity. One thing I do like about my loops is you can, these ones you can't, but the ones down below, you can actually stand on top of them. So they're solid structures. I don't think you can stand on these ones. Thank you for the hat, Redeem.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's try. No, yeah,
There you go.
I'm on the outside.
So you're on the outside of that loop, yeah. So I know how to fix that one. These ones I don't think you can, but you can stand on top of these ones, which I like. Again, that's a thing you can do in Sonic, is you can stand on top of the pipes, or sorry, on the loops.
Yeah. There's also a little bit of delayed acceleration, I feel like.
There is. So I do have that in our. So there's two phases. You start slow and then you hit a point to where your speed, the acceleration is like multiplied by 2.5. So there is that. That's also when you play Sonic, you can like fill that. The speed starts and suddenly Sonic starts accelerating faster.
Yeah, but I mean, if I press it for like half a second, when I let go, it feels like it's speeding up.
Interesting. I might have to try that.
I can't show my inputs on screen, but
yeah,
it kind of feels like it, even though I've let go of the button or key, it feels like it's still adding some momentum to it. It might be that it's
interesting.
triggering one of those acceleration multipliers.
Yeah, also I could probably, I wonder if I almost thought about adding, to keep it simple, I took this out, but I did have it to where if you're not pressing anything, it like sets your linear drag higher, so you slow down faster if you're not pressing an input. But I ended up taking that out because it added just some complexity to the code that wasn't necessary for this particular feature. So I think that's something that you could adjust on a game-to-game basis. But yeah, I think I know what you're talking about there.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the code, so I can't say exactly what it is, but it just felt like if I pressed it for like half a second and let go, it feels like when I let go, it accelerated a little bit. Let's see.
I think I know what that is.
README. Yeah. No friction. We have a material with no friction. Slopes in demo. Yeah. Materials, prefabs, several mono behaviors. Yeah. And the sprite. Following the slope of the ground, the image below shows a simple play control that accelerates the play towards the wall's left, right. Note a green line shows the play's velocity. Very nice. To follow the slope more closely, we can calculate the play's relative left and right to the ground and update the play's velocity when the slope beneath the play changes. Yeah, so you kind of just easy explained, you just rotate the velocity vector along the ground. So you always move along the ground or perpendicular. Is that the word? To the ground,
yeah.
Normal.
Or parallel. Parallel to the ground.
Parallel to the ground, yeah. That was yeah. Snap to the ground. In most cases, we could stop here. However, if the player speed is too great, they can detach from the ground. The image below, see the player detaching from a steep curve, launching into the air. Yeah, like this. If it's not desired behavior, we can add a check that snaps the player to the ground, and if they have moved too far, an image to below, you can see small red marks.
It's a little hard to see. I should have slowed this down.
Yeah, that was I can see them, but it's like just a tiny dot kind of.
The corrections are incredibly small,
Yeah,
so they're
can
almost
see them
not
just-
noticeable.
by introducing a snap to the ground, this allows the player to travel while upside down. I like this though. You be able to do that a bit more.
Yeah, so if you don't want it,
we
right?
can add a check. Yeah. The ground relative up is not considered upside down.
And so this is where you.
I
It
feel
feels
like
weird.
if you wanna mimic Sonic, you can run on the ceiling for a little bit, like a second or two.
When you can
if
do
I
it in
remember
this one
correctly.
as well, what I would need to do is extend how far my raycast is.
Mm.
So my player, as soon as it's too far to detect that it's on the ground, that's when it flips.
Okay.
So that would be one thing I could change about it. If you go up to the previous image just above, you can actually see the little red lines. You can see how long my raycast is a little bit better on those ones.
Yeah, you could see
so
them here. Yeah.
If I extend it to where when you're upside down, you have a longer check, then you would be able to stay upside down longer.
Mm.
Yeah.
Nice. Ryzen Unity physics 2D physics system, we put the code in fixed update. That is good. We have documentation. So we do a raycast down, negative up. The distance is collider extents and snap distance. And against the ground layer, yeah. Maybe I can, let's see. Let's really go jump past this and then we can
Yeah, that's fair.
look at it in code. For loops. With the sloped ground controller in place, the player can move through curved surfaces without any additional modifications to the player's movement. However, we need to ensure that the player only collides with the loop on certain conditions. To accomplish this, we use a loop with 3 edge colliders and a box trigger. When the player enters the trigger, we determine which of the surfaces to turn on. Then as the player passes the top of the loop, the colliders change. Yeah, so this is the solution that most people went with. That we have a large collider when you're inside the loop. You have the top collider, and then you have like the side colliders, knowing which one to enable and disable. Here's the script that determines which side of the loop to turn on when the player is approaching. So I assume you first entry and second entry. Well, we'll have to look at that in code, because I assume this is basically.
So it depends on the loop. So in
Left
this
or right.
particular loop that's above, so if you scroll up just a hair, the entry point for this loop happens to be the bottom left corner and the bottom right corner of that square. But if your loop was sideways, you would need to change, like, depending on where your loops. So on the other loops that have like a direction change, the entry points are different. So I couldn't just say, am I to the left or to the right? It's actually which entry point am I closest to? And this is what makes it strangely possible to end up inside the wall. Because you can technically be closer to one when you're coming from like the top right. And so it's a little bit off. I would need to add something else in there.
Yeah, I was thinking just first entry and second entry was like, aren't they left and right? But since you're saying you can be on, you can rotate, then these make sense.
So we have to specify where the entry point is.
And on collision, we just change if they're enabled or not.
Yeah, and so I should use layers here instead. This was a little bit hacky.
Description for additional loop types. These loop work under most conditions. It's possible to break them if you try hard enough to cause the colliders to toggle on and off. If you believe this could be fixed using area effectors along with collision layers, area effector.
Yeah, so you
I haven't
have
used an
them.
area effector.
Yeah, so you can have it be on dependent on where the player is relative to it. So I was looking into those as like an area effector might actually be a nice solution for arbitrary loops.
Nice. Toggle on and off in the slope. Yeah, random toggling collider on and off. On loop. Yeah, nice. So let's check out the code. So we'll start with the player movement controller. Seems like a basic horizontal, the target momentum. Oh, slope info. Sloped ground control. Okay, this is one. Just see. Jumping, we just add force to our up. The slope info is the controller. Good with documentation. Telling what everything is doing. Let's see, in fixed update, here we are with the code. It's not a lot of code, just 120 lines, which is really good. So we do the raycast down, or up. Now this up is the current up of the player, okay. I just want to see where we set that. Oh, I can't. It's set down here, okay. I would have named this like current up or something. Just up feels.
Yeah,
Weird.
that's a fair point. It could be like current up direction or player up or object up.
Yeah. And it's a. I'm not gonna go into too much code review. Small, tiny details. So we check if we're grounded and not upside down, and then we snap to the collider, and good. If we're grounded, we set player up to our hit normal. That is what we looked at, the black circle. Else we clear ground. We just reset the velocity, the rotation. It's nice. Players running up a wall or upside down, they're moving too slow or they fall. Yeah. I think this could be a little bit more the fall threshold. Well, you could set that. I assume it's it's something you could set in the inspector.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like you could have very little speed and still make it up the wall.
Yeah,
in
the
Sonic,
acceleration is just too fast.
Yeah,
it's easy to turn it up or down.
Yeah, I mean, this solution looks pretty clean. I don't want to review everything down to the variable name, but it looks like it's a very simple solution. Not a lot of code, which is better because you can. It's easy to follow the code. Just a few variable names that would be changed to make it a little bit easier to understand what up and right is, because up, to me, I feel like it's a vector 2 up. Always.
And that's sort of what I was trying to mimic. The idea, maybe I should have been more clear on this. The idea was in your player controllers, normally you'd use like vector 2.up or vector 2.right. Instead, use the one coming from sloped ground controller instead. So you could sort of swap it in, was the idea. But I think you have a really good point that it's a little confusing. Like, well, what is it?
Yeah. GT experience. This is the Sonic challenge.
This is my implementation of it. Yeah.
So welcome to the stream.
Great to have you here.
But yeah, I really liked it. It's very simple. The code is very short compared to what I thought it would be. When we started this challenge, I thought there would be a lot of code to get this to work, but it's not that complex once you understand it.
Yeah, so I think finding a good approach was important. So this is clearly a refined version of my code, right? So it's possible for people to go in and look at all my commits and go back to the original code and see how I massaged it down to this. I took a lot of things out, I refactored, I simplified, because it did take me a while to find this specific implementation. But in the end, I'm quite happy with this for my implementation.
Yeah, happy with it too. It's a it's a good solution. It was fun to play.
It makes me I want to make a racing game. I really do.
You should make a small racing game multiplayer.
Yeah. And with like a course designer where you can build out the courses, then people could. So this would be like the slopes changing direction would be kind of like that would be like a thing here. Same with have multiple paths you could go through on as well. Maybe some Mario style weapons that you could like use to drop obstacles, that kind of thing. I think it'd be really fun.
Yeah, that's really good, Biggs. You should enter the next one. We are going to keep doing this.
Yeah.
We're trying to do this once per month, kinda.
Yeah,
So,
every month.
yeah.
I think we're gonna try and do it every month for a year, and then reevaluate our lives and see how it feels.
Agreed. But no, this is solid implementation. I'm proud of you as your teacher, a Unity teacher.
Thank you for being proud of me. I appreciate that.
You've come a long way.
Yeah, considering I've only been doing Unity been programming for a long time. I've really only been using Unity for about 2 years, a little less than 2 years. So I was really pleased with my solution here. I have a chunky 3D version as well, which was much more difficult to implement, and I also did a crack at a Godot version, which is also not complete, but had a lot of fun with it. Awesome. Well, thank
Very
you so
good.
much for the feedback, Muniz. All right, are we gonna
Thank you
pick
for sharing.
winners now or later?
Yes.
We're gonna pick winners now. I
Well, we
have
could do it
one.
later. You have
We
one?
could do it now. Let's do it now. We did it now. We did it live last
Yeah.
time. There is one that just really stood out to me as my favorite.
Yeah.
And that was AJ's. AJ's is my favorite. I really liked AJ's documentation. I liked the simplicity of it, keeping it all in one script. And then the README was quite good. So AJ's is the person I chose as a winner. I'm sorry if I took yours. I don't know if I did.
AJ was one of my top contenders. I'm still not really sure who I'm gonna pick.
So you're gonna continue deliberation. All right.
There's a few that are really good with just a few small changes. They would be like perfect. So there's just I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, you don't have to pick now. If you want to deliberate a little bit more, that's fine.
Yeah, I really like most of them. Well, I like all of them, but like some few stood out more than others.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to think a bit.
That's fair. That's fair. Biggs is my favorite, but it's not complete. Biggs is my favorite implementation just from like a nerding out standpoint.
Yeah.
But it's not quite there. So Biggs, you're super close for me. If you had just, I'm not complaining. I think you have an awesome solution. It's just not quite complete, right? It's a little bit incomplete, but I love the effort you put in, and I would have loved to see more about the like original Sonic implementation. But AJ, congratulations, nice work. Sorry if I took that one from you, Muniz. I apologize.
No, it's all good. It's the same. I was like, AJ was in the top, so
yeah,
I thought you would go AJ.
Okay. Shall we reveal?
Yeah.
Shall we reveal next month?
Yes, let's do it.
Sidian found. Sidian found the test site. I need a password protect it next time. All right. So before I release it, hang on. Did I already push this? Oh, I didn't actually finish this. Hang on. I didn't actually set this up yet. I probably should have. Sorry, everybody. Before we release it, while I'm doing this, does anyone want to guess, except for Sidian, who found the demo site? Does anyone have a guess as to what next month's or this month's challenge will be? Moving platforms. Distron thinks it could be moving platforms.
Moving platforms can be really hard, depending if you want to keep momentum when you jump off them
Yeah.
and everything.
All right, so moving platforms was my guess as well. Gotcha. So moving platforms. Okay, got 2 votes for moving platforms. Is the challenge always 2D? Not always. In fact, I was kind of hoping some people would do them in 3D. I feel like slopes and loops could be done in 3D. It's just way harder. Infinitani says portals. That
The
could be a
first
good one.
challenge we did was dropping through platforms, and the people did that in 2D and 3D. So
Yeah.
we would both,
Okay. And let me just move this down here. Spikes would be a good one. I'd love to see portals. KV Mila says springs. Ooh, springs would be good. One second. I'm updating the site because I'm slow. Tani says he was snooping around as well. All right, let me test to make sure this is working. Hook shot. I was thinking that would be a good mechanic. So for everyone, just for what it's worth, Moon is the got to pick this month. So don't blame me. Don't blame me. All right, here it is. I'm just double checking here. All right, let me push this up.
sorry, Biggs, it is Celeste. We're recreating Celeste 1-to-1, all levels,
Recreating Celeste.
mechanics.
Yeah,
Full
this
game.
is
You have a month.
GT. This is a filter that's created by Finite Singularity. Finite Singularity made this one. All right. Let me refresh this page. It's deploying. It's deploying. All right. Here's the reveal. Oh, I need to do one more thing. One more thing. I need to make the repository public. The new repository. Before we reveal. We need to get a drum roll sound. All right, let's make
We do.
this public. Oh my goodness.
It is live.
It is live. All right, we'll do a refresh of this page here. There it is. June's challenge is portals, specifically portal physics. Portal physics. Your big recognize them even through the pixelated filters. There it is. Portal physics, everybody. So Moon is, this is a great, I love this. I've been wanting to do this one myself for a long time. You know, most people would probably recognize Portal in a 3D environment, but it is possible to do it in 2D, though a little bit, I think it's a little bit stranger. So I did put an example here of doing it in 2D. But yeah, portal physics, you don't have to. So the requirements would be go through a portal, come out on the other side, be able to go both ways through a portal, forward, backwards. Keep the momentum when you go through the portals, and then rotate the player objects that travel through the portal based on the orientation. Optional, add in the visuals, which are super cool, and then be able to make it so the player can place the portals in the world. Those are the sort of optional requirements that would be super cool. Once again, we will be offering 2 prizes. I will pick one. Muniz will pick one. So I hope you guys are excited about portal physics. Muniz, anything you'd like to add?
No, you can still do this implementation in 2D if you want to. You can make some really cool things in 2D, like keeping the momentum and everything, and build something up on that. Doesn't have to be 3D, but it would be preferred to have it in 3D, as that's kind of the original Portal thing that became popular.
Yeah, I have some thoughts on how I might approach it, but I'm not 100% sure, especially the visuals. My initial thought is you place a camera like on the portal or just slightly behind the portal, and you have some kind of mask. I'm not entirely sure how I would do the visual. I have some ideas though.
I can say that I've been 10 years ago. I tried recreating portals in VR. It was I didn't succeed.
You didn't succeed.
I did not succeed.
Render textures, Tawny. Yeah, I think I would do something like that. But then it's like when you go through them, how do you keep it like perfect, right? So there's some, I don't entirely know how to do it. I have some ideas. Same with the loops. I had some ideas and then it was like massaging it from there. But maintaining that velocity. So if you put the portals side by side like this, you sort of move back and forth between them. My tag is misspelled. Thank you, Meowletary. Yeah, no one mechanically. It is misspelled. Thank you for letting me know. I got to get good at that. All right. Yeah, so that's what June's challenge is to implement portal physics. I'm super excited to see you guys, what you come up with. I'm super excited to see if I do an implementation. I don't know if I'll have time to do it because we also have a game jam coming up this month. Muniz, do you plan to do this one?
I'm gonna try.
You're gonna try it, yeah.
It's a hard one. Like I think I can do everything but the visuals very fast. But the visuals they will take me weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, so hopefully this one doesn't feel as challenging for people as the slopes and loops. Apparently that was quite a challenge. Thank you for the resource, Beaks. Yeah. You Distron's tried it, but not in 2D. Okay, awesome. Awesome. So I think that's it for Mechanically Challenged. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
1,000 points to all you beautiful people.
And thanks
again,
to
the physics working correctly,
for joining in.
Oh yeah, thank you, Practical. Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for being our Godot voice, helping us understand the Godot stuff better. Yeah, folks, be sure to follow Muniz. Give Muniz some love. Click that heart. If you're not over on Muniz's stream, be sure to follow Muniz. Incredible streamer, a full-time game developer. Thanks for the torture. You're welcome, Beaks. You're welcome for the challenge. Yeah, Muniz, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for hosting this and for creating that wonderful implementation of the
I had a lot of fun with
and
it.
loops. Great.
Let me make sure this link works. Yeah, it does. So this goes to this one here, portals. So get on it, people. Jump on it. Maybe the theme for our game jam will be portals. That way we can get more entries for Mechanically Challenged. Yeah, we have a game jam coming up as well. I hope you guys will consider joining that also. Okay. Muniz, I guess I'm probably going to switch gears here to a little bit of game dev. You're welcome to stick around, but you're probably a busy guy, like all of us.
I am a busy guy. I need to go and be busy.
All right.
That's what I do.
Thanks for hanging out. Have a wonderful day. And
have a great day, and bye-bye, everyone.
All right. Thanks, Muniz. Okay. Well, what should we work on? So I wasn't sure. Maybe I'll start my own portal physics here. I was trying to decide if I should do 2D or 3D. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We're going to go into some game dev stuff. We'll do some game dev. I'm not sure what I'm going to work on. I want to start prepping for our work on portals. Okay, maybe I'll work on portals a little bit. I want to start doing a little bit of prep. Bruce, with the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Bruce, how was your stream? Tell us all about it. What were you up to? What were you working on? Come on in. Raiders, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is Captain Coder, and Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming. On this stream, we dedicate what we do to learning and coding and growing as a crew. And we just finished reviewing submissions for Mechanically Challenged, which is a game dev challenge, a monthly game dev challenge hosted by Mooniz and myself. This month, we just revealed the challenges to try and implement portal physics in a 2D or 3D environment. The only requirement is to implement the physics itself. A bonus if you implement the visuals. Bruce saying, trying procedural generation and hydraulic erosion. Monarch says the big project is a real-time strategy RPG. Very cool. Have any of my students ever joined Mechanic Challenge? No, they haven't. Not yet. We've done it 2 months. This will be the 3rd month. We'll see how this month goes. All right. I do have to take a quick break. Folks, be sure to give Bruce Malt a follow. Go check out what they are working on. Their big project, working on hydraulic erosion. That sounds cool. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get myself some more water. I'm going to get myself a tea. Let me give Bruce a permit. Bruce, feel free to drop some links in here if you got them. I will be back in 2-3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, the captain's back. I know we had taken just a quick break right here. Well, I'll give you 2 bonus hats to start out. Give you 2 bonus hats to start out. All right, folks, we just revealed, sorry about to keep you waiting. Sorry I kept you waiting. Bruce, thank you so much for sharing information about your project. Folks, if you want to go check out more about Bruce, it looks like you can join the Bruce's Discord over there to check out the pictures. Shy Programmer, great to see you. We just finished going over submissions for Maze, Mechanically Challenged. That's Sonic Slopes and Loops. Fantastic stuff. Congratulations on your number 25. Shy Programmer with another hat. Let's get another hat going here. Boom. Let's hat it up. Thank you for the hats. Thank you for the hat. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We're going to hop in here. So we have to decide what to do. I guess I should update my my stream information because I'm going to spend a little bit of time. People want me to do some, want me to take it, show them a little bit of what my approach for portal is. I honestly have no idea how I'm going to approach this. And so you guys are going to be able to watch the full process. The full process. Yeah, welcome back to the stream. Great to see you, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful day. We had June 24. This month's is Portal Physics. Can you implement Portal Physics in a 2D or 3D environment? Part of me wants to go in my mind, the easy route and go ahead and do the 2D version. But 3D feels harder. 3D feels harder to me. 2D feels like pretty straightforward. So let me ask the chat if there's enough people here. Do you want me to do a 2D or 3D? The source from Beeg seems pretty well worked out. Yeah, I want to, for me personally, I want to avoid looking at our like current implementations. Smab, I'll go, you'll do the 1D. GT wants me to do the 4D portals where we can time travel with our portals. 4D would be interesting, like time traveling portals. So it's like you shoot a portal and then it like remembers the time back there. Shy Programmer saying 2D. Moon says do 3D. All right, so we got a 1D, a 2D, a 4D, and a 3D option. Smab, I like the idea of doing 1D portals. Sebastian can take his $50 on July 1st. That's right. There are a number of 3D tutorials, but they are quite complicated. I think I could probably pull off a 2D portal myself. I think 2D would be all right. Smab, I know, time for me to stretch my linear algebra skills, right? Stretch myself for 3D. All right, we'll do 3D. It would be cool to add this to Crazy Marble, right? So I actually have my students. I don't know if anyone's seen my Crazy Marble game. Do we have Crazy Marble? Crazy Marble, or is it just Marble? Crazy Marble is a project we did last year. Where we implemented, this is like my first 3D physics-based Unity experience. It would be kind of cool to add portals into this game. So maybe I could go ahead and do it. This may be too computing memory intensive. The whole map is needed to be loaded into the memory. Yeah, for the like 3D, you'd have to do something really simple really clever. That's the word. You'd have to do something very clever to do the backwards. I'm not super familiar with shaders. GT, I've done them a little bit. We've had Snabble on do them with us. But yeah, Crazy Marble, let me turn that down. It's just like conflict with my music. Ooh, Catman with a portal gun? That'd be cool. But yeah, we made this little game here, which is really hard with mouse and keyboard. Maybe I'll hook up the game controller. But we made a marble game here. All right, so can I, where we roll around and try and get this marble to a goal here. So I think it might be cool to do 3D and then It would be cool to add portals into Crazy Marble. That would be exciting. That could be exciting. So maybe we'll start off with a 3D implementation. All right, let me update my stream here to say what we're doing. Where'd that go? Hang on. All right, so we're gonna edit our stream info. Implementing portals for mechanically challenged. Implementing portals. All right. My go live notification I don't need to update. We don't got to go fast anymore. We're going to do it in Unity C# portals. And then can I spell mechanically challenged? There we go. And then just for we got Stygian here, so we can do Decuric Stygian because it doesn't let me put an underscore in there in the stream. That's too bad. All right, there we go. We update that. All right, let's start a new Unity project. Let me create a repository for it. I can use the screen capture component in Unreal, but I really want to know how to use shaders with HLSL. In Unreal, it ain't easy, so I will probably stick to the original version of Portals, but convert it to Unreal C++ code. Gotcha. Really curious to see how people do it. Stygian says, woof, woof, not in there. All right, let's go ahead and make a repository for this. Okay, so I'm gonna create a repository. I have too many repositories. Maybe I should stop making repositories for everything. All right, mechanically challenged portals impl. Right. And we'll start off with a Unity one here. Oh, I meant to add a README file. That's okay. Sure, add a README. README. Boom, easy. Let's go ahead and clone this. I probably didn't need to do that. All right, let me get this cloned down. What repository was number 100? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Dget. All right, we'll put that there. And then let's get Unity Hub here. We'll go ahead and create a new project. Probably need a blur. We're just gonna do the core 3D universal, built-in pipeline, not universal. And then let's go into mechanically channeled portals, impl, and let's create, we're gonna put it here, but it's gonna be portals 3D. So I might end up doing a 2D version too. So of course I'm gonna name it Portals 3D. All right, and then we're gonna I should have started this before I went on break, because now it's gonna take 2-3 minutes to do it. Yeah, GT, I was thinking I would put a camera in mine. Maybe we'll play around with that. Put a camera in mine, pointed somewhere, and then do a rendered texture in the shape of our portal. I'm not even quite sure how to do the move through portal right now, because I need it to, like, my first thought is there's like a trigger, but you want half of the object, you want your object to be halfway through, right? So there's something interesting that has to happen that I'm not quite sure. It's almost like my portal needs to be a concave shape. Yeah, I don't know. The automatic occlusion clone. Okay, gotcha. Daz Razor, welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. Just loading resources in memory. Portal spooling, portals pulling, you mean? Dash Razor, welcome aboard. Happy to have you here on this beautiful, beautiful Saturday. We're working on I need to update my what command. Let's update my what command real quick. While this is loading, let's go update our what command. Also, folks, don't forget you can join us on Discord if you want to know all the haps, all the happenings that go on at Captain Coder's Academy. Oh, a cooldown period before you can use the portal again. Yeah, I'm not sure. You're so close. Only an hour, and then you can get another hat on here, Solomon. Let's update our what. I think I need a new one for this chat. Me. Beep boop. Beep boop. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Today we are working on implementing portals in portal physics in Unity for mechanically challenged. For June's mechanically challenged challenge. You can find full details here. Let's put a link to mechanically challenged. Let me go steal that link. Boom. Let's disable that. Save. And we'll do a WAP just to double check it. There we go. Let's pin that. Okay. Okay. This is an interesting question. What about portals or on curved surfaces? Yeah. So like they don't have in the game Portal, they don't have them on curved surfaces. It's only on flat surfaces. Dash Razor, I think I'd love to. I think the hardest part will be checking if you can fit a portal to a surface. Yeah, I'm gonna start out by doing that's a bonus, right? Being able to move the portals around. The basic project, the basic challenge is can you get the physics to work? So you can start out by saying like, well, I'm just gonna put 2 portals somewhere and get them working. Okay, well now what is the next part? Now I need a portal on an angle and have the physics like I fall into the portal and I come out the other portal. So I'm not entirely sure. Doesn't do curved surface, but how would you solve it? I don't know. It's a good question, GT. That's a good question. I'm not sure. Let's go ahead. Is Unity still loading? All right, we have our project here. QList. Oh, thank you for saving me, SkyDriver, saving me from having to do an implementation. Let's do a round of QList. Thank you so much for the QList redeem. Let me grab it off my shelf here. Right, perfect timing before I even start anything. Perfect timing. All right, so anyone who's not familiar, QList is a game we like to play here. QList is a game we like to play here. Let me get the lighting right here. I might need to turn this light off. Did that do anything? There we go. Let me close my blind here. I have light coming. I have real light coming from outside, making it hard to see. Really? That did nothing? Where's this light? Where's this glare coming from? Okay. Close the blinds. There we go. There we did it. So QList is a Scrabble-like game. What are the popular games with this mechanic besides Valve? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I've played a few games that use like 2D. All right, so we roll the dice. And now we have to have all of the letters touching on a grid spelling words out. Solomon, remind me not to forget a random tabletop RPG. All right, we can do that. All right, so for example, I could spell hog and I could spell lot, but now I'm sort of in trouble because now I gotta put all the rest of the words together. So I could do tar and I don't know if yak is a word. It feels like a word. So the goal here is I have to spell the Scrabble rules. I have to spell words. They have to be connected. So I like to try and get them to go all the way through. GT, thank you for the alert, SkyDriver. All right, so we got 10 minutes to try and solve this. We could do doc. We could do TH would be a good combination, a good way to use that H, I think. THA. If we get it. I see Gyat. Is Gyat, G-A-Y-T, is that a word? Yacht? Ooh, yacht's a good use. Let's do yacht. Oh man, SkyDriver, great yacht. Excellent word. Okay. Yacht, and then we got 2 Y's. That's rough. Yacht. Yak is an animal, right? That's how we spell yak. G-R. T. Oh, I thought we only have two vowels. That makes it a little bit harder. Dock. Yeah, I'm not sure where to put dock though, right? Yard. Ooh, yard is pretty good. To do yard here. Magic muffin, great suggestion. All right, we got yard. Lard would be another one if we find a spot to do with RD. Dock. We can't quite do dock because it's not going to work with that. Oh, we could do dog. Doggle. Lock. We could do as well. But again, we got to get they all have to be connected in there. Solomon, you're almost there. Just a few more points. You'll be able to get that Lambo redeemed. Just a few more points. I like yard here. I need to do a leaderboard. There is an exclamation point rank, though. You can see your personal rank. Hog. This is a tough one. I'm having a hard time here. Let's see here. Gold. Where would we put gold? G-O-L. Ooh, gold is so good. Gold. Now we got to do something with this K. K. Can we swap something out here? To get this K in. Yeah, they have to be 3-letter words. Yeah, this doesn't work because it's a 2-letter word. You have to do 3-letter words. They get you that way. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. But maybe we could do yak over here and reuse this CH somehow. CHT. Oh, you have an old? We do have old. Cog. Is Cog, K-O-G a word? Let's check the official Scrabble dictionary and see if cog with a K is a word. Scrabble, K-O-G, cog. Valid Scrabble word checker. Enter a word, K-O-G. Cog is no good. No good. We can't use cog, sadly. Cog's not a Scrabble word. All right, so we got to keep going. Just save the K for the next game. That's a good idea. Cold is also not a word. I was thinking we might be able to do something like that. We could do chat maybe, and then can we reuse this YK somewhere? Ooh, this one's tough. We got chatty. You need an extra T though. We could do tack like that. Hoy, is hoy a word? Does anyone know if hoy is a word? I'm guessing it's not. Koi, and then can we use this H somewhere? Is tack with a CH a word? Ooh. Oh, we're so close. Yacht again. Art isn't a word. Guard isn't a word. Talk is a word. Let's go. Ard, A-R-D, I don't think is a word. Ooh, we're so close. Hack, toy. Koi isn't. K-O-Y, is that a word? One hat for this man. Yeah. Yard. Gold yacht. Talk. T-O-K. I'm not sure if you need a tick in front of that to make it work, or a C. Talk. Oh, this one's hard. Yard, hack, and toy. Hack. Yard. Toy. Is yak this way a word? Toy. Hack. Card. Hacky. Ooh, I think we got it. Oh no, we still have ard. Someone tell me ard is a word. Here, we gotta check the Scrabble dictionary. Ard. Ard is not a word, but you're saying we can do yard. Yard, hack, toy, gold. Boom! Skydriver with the win. Skydriver with the win. There we go. Nice work. Let's get this. Let's get a screenshot of this. Let's add this to the wall of Fame. Daniel, we did it. We did it, folks. Thank you guys so much for your help. Print screen. We're going to save this. Hang on. Get this added to our Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame here. All right. Boom. Go to the Discord. Discord. Q-List Hall of Fame. Boom. Let's add it in. Boom. We did it, folks. Gold Toy Yard Hack. Very nice for being here to witness this momentous occasion. I would have gone Chard and Yak. Chard is a good, yeah, that's a good option too. 500 points to all you beautiful people. Skydriver, thank you so much for the redeem. And then we also have a board game redeem that we're gonna pull out here. So thank you so much for the board game redeem. Let's go find that as well. Okay, so you wanna do a tabletop RPG. All right, so you want to do a tabletop RPG. We got a couple options when it comes to tabletop RPGs. Let me switch to my face cam. So there's a couple options we can choose from. That's several. Ooh, we could do Fate Core. So we could look at the Fate Core system. Fate Core is an option we could look at. We could look at one of my favorites here. Here, the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Forgotten Realms campaign settings. This is like Dungeons and Dragons 2, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. And then, hang on real quick. I have one that I think is in the other room. I have the EverQuest tabletop role-playing game rules somewhere that I would love to have as another option. So give me a second. I'm gonna check in the other room. Don't go anywhere, because I don't see it on my shelf here, which is kind of surprising. Oh, is it over here? No. Ooh, but here's another one. Here's the full. This is the expansion. This is another cool tabletop role-playing game called Our Last Best Hope. Our Last Best Hope. We could also just do Dungeons and Dragons, but these are the expansions to it. Where is the base game? I don't see the base game here. It's too bad. This one's fantastic. I love this game. It's probably not on the shelf because I'm probably playing it. That's why I don't have it here. Let me go check the other room. Hang tight. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. You coming? Too bad. I can't find it. I wonder where all my tabletop role-playing games are. Okay, so we'll do this. We have. Let's go specifically with. Let's pick a specific one. Oh, here's one. Okay. All right. So here's what we can do. We got the Rick and Morty Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition campaign setting, which is kind of fun, but not as good as I would expect, like I would want it to be. Developer Linux, great to see you again. We got the Forgotten Realms Advanced Dungeons and Dragons campaign setting. Or if we want to go not Dungeons and Dragons, we've got the Fate Core system we can look at. All right, which one of those would you like to choose from? Which one of those? Those are our options. Do you have a preference? Otherwise, I'll go with the Forgotten Realms one. Number one, was that Rick and Morty? Solomon, was that the Rick and Morty one? All right, we can look at the Rick and Morty one. Oh, which one was it? Was that any of them? Okay, any of them. Let's look at this one's one of my favorites. We'll look at the Forgotten Realms campaign setting. All right, so this is the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Forgotten Realms campaign setting. Let's turn our doc cam on here so we can see that. Put these back on the shelf here. Big core. Good stuff. we can also open up this game. All right, we're gonna go with that. Zombie World is another good. Okay. All right, so this is my Advanced Dungeons and Dragons campaign setting for the Forgotten Realms. It's kind of beat up. It's pretty old. What is this from? Like 19 something. TSR. So before Wizards of the Coast gained the bots Dungeons and Dragons. It is not sealed. No, it is not sealed. This is a well-used TSR. So this was before Wizards of the Coast. TSR, it's hard to see here. TSR was the company that did it. Oh, there's just some extra maps in here. These are just bonus maps, like that we could use for any campaign. Okay, so this campaign setting super cool. I'm gonna have to switch to my face cam here just to show off these maps. So this is like an entire campaign setting world that you could go into. Let me pull. Oh, this is just like bringing all these memories back of playing this for years and years and years. Okay, so there's a bunch of maps of the world, as well as these overlays for travel distances. So these are used for travel distances. And then we have a bunch of characters. We have a bunch of things on how to run the realm. Let me pull all the maps out. And then we have sort of some campaigns specifically for it as well. So these are sort of the monsters in the Dungeons and Dragons. So Abilene, this is like different areas you might visit, the challenge you might have. This is a bone bat. I love the old TSR art that they used to use, the black and white inked art here. Bone bats, Dracolich. It's an undead dragon. It's like a lich dragon. Gibbering Mouther. Look at this thing. Oh, look at that. That's terrifying, the Gibbering Mouther. It's got all kinds of eyes and mouths. Way scarier than a gelatinous cube. The Helmed Horror. So these are just specific creatures that for a specific campaign that you might run. So it comes with all of these. Shadowdale is campaign expansion, but campaign, this is not, where's the main book? Oh, it's over here. A Grand Tour of the Realm. So this book is just descriptions of all the different things. So this is like if you were the dungeon master, you are running the campaign, you might use this book to pull out inspiration, but it has lore. This is basically your codex in the game, all of the lore for all the different areas in the world, the different races, humans, dragon kind, dwarves. You can read about, understand all of these different things. Use this to design your campaigns. How halflings work, you got how giants work, the Underdark races. So you got your creatures and humanoids that live underground. Super cool stuff. Then we talk about the different classes. You know, if you're a fighter, how do fighters work? Rangers, paladins, wizards. These are like your core classes. Specializing wizards, abjurers, conjurers, diviners. So this is before they had all of those as specific classes. You got your priest classes, or clerics, druid type things. You got bards, rogues. All right, and then Faerun is like the world. Faerun, here's the map of Faerun. So this is the Forgotten Realms. Here's the big map here. Okay. So if you're familiar with things like Baldur's Gate, you have Waterdeep here. Baldur's Gate is over here as well. It's not showing on this map, but this describes all these things. Only DM needs this, or does the player? No, DM only. This is your DM. You would use this to design your campaign when characters ask. And then it comes with these giant maps. Let me switch to my face cam here just so you can see. So we have all of these maps. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4 maps. And then they open up these giant maps here. You can use these. You'd make photocopies or something of these. So this is different sections of the world. So you'd pull this out on your table, say, okay, this is the region that we're traversing right now. This might be the region that you're traversing. So we have a bunch of these. And then while you're traversing them, let me switch back to my dot cam here. While you're traversing them, you have these overlays. Like, these are so cool. Welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here. So we got Daggerford, the Wayward Inn, Lizard Marsh, all these things, the Trollbark Forest, Troll Hills, the Sword Coast, right? So there's a bunch of games that take place along the Sword Coast. Let me see if I can find some of the more popular regions here. I was hoping to find So here you have this, and then you have these overlays that describe travel distances. You would take this, you'd place this on top, and now you have a hexagonal grid. And this is what wet erase. So you would have this, and your players, their travels, you'd be drawing on this in this section. So you'd keep track of where you are. So in the overworld, we use hexagonals because hexagons are the bestagons. The distance from the center of any hexagon to a neighboring hexagon is the same distance. On squares, you have different. So in combat, you tend to use square grid. But for traveling the overworld, hexagons are useful because you can track the exact distance. So the distance between each space in this, I believe, let's see if we can look at here. Oh, this is upside down. We can see that 1 inch is a mile. So that's these bigger hexagons here. That's 1 mile. No, this is the wrong overlay. This is the wrong overlay. Here's the correct. Oh, this is the same overlay. This isn't quite right though. As far as distance goes, it's definitely not 1 mile for those. Sorry, 1 inch is 90 miles. 1 inch is 90 miles. That makes sense. So the distance here is quite long. But if we wanted to travel through this forest, we could use this to keep track of where the players are. And then also players can use these maps. Players can get lost as they're traveling around the world. They say, all right, well, if you don't have a compass or your compass is lost, you have your players say like, all right, try and figure out which direction you're going, and they do rolls to figure it out, and they think they're traveling this way, but they might actually be going the wrong way. Fun stuff like that for traveling. I don't know, fun, but maybe a little bit of realism, a little bit of danger and adventure in there. All right, so these maps are so cool. I have so much fun when we used to run these campaigns like that. This book is just so, I get so much inspiration looking at this if I wanted to do some sort of fantasy stuff. But each one of the locations on these maps, you can come in and read about it. What is, Arabelle? Read about what is Arabelle, what is that town, what's going on in there, what might people be doing, what are the big names in those places. So Arabelle is a pretty bustling town. And then we have all these different locations in Arabelle that you could use and talk about. Hearing that a lot of games decided to be set on the Sword Coast because it wasn't that fleshed out back in the day, but the tabletop game, this is pretty... I feel like they chose it because it is relatively fleshed out. Let's see 1993, so maybe in the 70s and 80s, less so. But lots of cool stuff. I have a lot of the TSR books as well. We have all these rooms and stuff. Oh, thank you so much for redeeming this. I love this type of stuff. I'm super into it. I haven't done it in years. I haven't done it in many years since I moved from the East Coast. Now, when I moved to the West Coast, I lost all my Dungeons and Dragons friends, my role-playing friends. Thank you so much for the board game redeem. I hope that seemed worth it. I hope you got a little glimpse into the Forgotten Realms, Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, 2nd edition, essentially. Campaign setting. Super, super cool stuff. I always have a blast with this. Whew. All right, let's put it back on the shelf. Back on the shelf to collect some dust again. Makes me want to run a campaign. Maybe I could find some people to run a campaign with. Oh, there's my Ravenloft. Ravenloft was a cool one too. Ravenloft setting was fun. This is the Advanced Dungeons & Dragons Ravenloft setting, which they brought back in Dungeons & Dragons 5. I always loved the Ravenloft stuff. And then I have the Dragonlance stuff as well. All right, we're going to hop back in here. Thank you so much for those redeems. I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. I don't have any Pathfinder stuff. I've done very little Pathfinder, but I know a lot of people that really enjoyed it. I didn't really get into Dungeons & Dragons 3.5 all that much. Fox Hollow Games, welcome back to the stream. How you been, my friend? But I've heard really good things about it. I was stuck in Advanced Dungeons & Dragons for a long time. I was very resistant. And then Dungeons & Dragons 3, 3.5, and 4, I really didn't use all that much. Yeah, we had a redeem here. Raven, yeah. I don't know that it went anywhere, but they updated it to 5th edition rules. Yeah, we were talking about some of my tabletop role-playing stuff, specifically showing off my Advanced Dungeons & Dragons campaign setting. The Forgotten Realms campaign setting from back in the 90s, before Dungeons & Dragons 3, when it was Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. I used to have Zanzar's Tam somewhere as well. So I have the old red box. So before Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, there was just Dungeons & Dragons. They call it the red box. Do you have ISS Vanguard? I have a friend that plays a lot. I haven't heard of that one, Smab. No, I don't. I haven't even heard of that. But yeah, thank you so much for redeeming that. That was super fun to go down memory lane a little bit there. What are we getting ourselves back into here? So we were doing Mechanically Challenged. Our new challenge this month is to do portals. So we just created a empty 3D project. So there's nothing here. We're gonna try and think about how we might do portals, because I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure how to do it. We could cheat and look some stuff up. It's sci-fi based. Gotcha. Have I done any sci-fi dungeons or tabletop role-playing games? I don't think I've done any sci-fi. I know people have done the Star Wars one. Fate Core is a system that's like agnostic to the setting. Zombie World is a post-apocalyptic one. Our Last Best Hope is kind of a sci-fi one. They do not need to be dynamically generated, though that is an optional. We should maybe rename this to say dynamically generated. That is an optional feature. They don't have to be. In and out of screens. That would be interesting. Stars Without Numbers fans here? Anyone do Stars Without Numbers? I haven't played that one either. There's so many good ones. There's so many good ones. My poor dog here is like groveling at my feet. Please notice me. She's like, oh, you noticed me. My poor doggo. Do you want out of the room? I'm not sure what you want. There she is. That's Hazel. Hazel Basil. You got an itch there. Do you want out of the bedroom? Want out of the office? I don't know if she does. Let's see if she wants out. Do you want out? She just wants attention. You want out? Am I being too noisy? Do you want in? You want me to follow you out? I'm gonna shut it. She definitely wanted out of the room. One Side of the Amazing comes back to that. So portals done. Smab. That's right. We already did portals. Easy. Easy. Yeah, poor dog wanted out of the bedroom, or I don't know why I call this bedroom. There's no bed here. The office. But really, she wanted me to go with her. She was really sad. She didn't want to come back in. I'm so loud when I stream. Okay, so let's set up a basic scene here. I have so many things up. Let's close Godot. Let's close. I have 3 instances of Unity. We'll close this. And then I have my 3D slopes and loops implementation here. We'll close that. And then let's just go back. All right, we have 1 instance of Unity now. So let me build a scene here. I'm gonna build a scene. Do I want to bring Pro Builder into this? Do I want to bring in Pro Builder? Let's do it. I'm probably gonna want it at some point. So let's add in Pro Builder. If anyone isn't familiar with Pro Builder, in Unity, it's pretty nice for doing like in-game levels. And I'll show it to you real quick. It's a pretty common tool. And I didn't know about it when I first started using Unity, but now that I know about it, I feel like anytime I'm doing 3D stuff, I feel like I cannot live without it. And so I'll show you that now, if you haven't seen it before. But it lets you draw 3D world shapes very easily. Otherwise, I'd be adding in like cubes and like doing scaling. This makes us be able to add them in very easily, pretty nice. And so I'm gonna add this in, and then I'm gonna place 2 portals. And then I want to set it up so I can like move through the portals. Yeah, so it's interesting. Portals kind of need to have a pair. So like a portal. I'm not. So this is going to be me noodling around with this without thinking about it too much. So you guys are going to see my thought process live here. Okay. So we have Pro Builder in. With Pro Builder, we can open up the Pro Builder window like this. I usually dock it over here next to the inspector. You don't have to. It can be docked down here as well. But this lets us do new shapes. And so I'm just going to add in some worlds here. So I'm going to do this. It lets us just draw in. Let me turn on snapping. Yeah. So, and let me go to, I guess we can move it to world 0 in a second here, but we can draw out some platforms like this. We'll do 4x4. Now let's move this. So its X position is 0, 0 like that. Okay. Just easy to keep track of. So you can draw out shapes very, very easily. And then you can extend these shapes very, very easily as well. So I can actually grab the edge of this. Ooh, that's interesting. That we have two like that. What did I do? I don't want that. Maybe I could do that. That's fine. But I can grab the edges of this and like resize them, or even do extrusions on them. So if I'm holding shift down, we can pull it out here. So this will allow me to create extrusions like this, where I have the scene ramping up like that. So I'm eventually going to want to have portals go sideways. So I could do that as well. So I'll put a portal. We're going to end up having to put a portal sideways there. Let's pull this out some more. Why is this shape so awkward? Hang on. I want this shape. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I don't have the right size of this. The size isn't quite what I want. If I do that, it's the right size. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and extrude this out 4. What do you mean GTX? What am I starting with? I don't understand the question. I was just gonna build a little scene out here that we could use to do some portaling. I don't understand why I want to merge these faces together. Hang on. I want this to just be one face. I don't know why it's separate faces. We should be able to do that. Yeah. So I'm setting up a scene so I can add portals and do some stuff in it. Tools, Pro Builder. There should be a button. I'm missing editors. Forget how to get here. I want to merge these faces together. Oh, okay. There we go. They just weren't showing up for some reason. We're gonna merge faces. There we go. For some reason, those are separate faces. I want these to be merged together as well. I don't know why they weren't together. So merge those faces. All right. So we can have this wall here to put a portal on. We can put a portal over here. We can put a portal on. It's interesting that these are not. Let's merge. So confused. That's okay. Maybe I start this over. Let's go and delete that. Let's do a new shape. Plane. A plane does have 4 faces? Is that what's going on? Is that normal? Huh. All right, let's do a new shape here. Look, this is me being so unfamiliar with 3D. Do we have 4 faces? We do have 4 faces. I want these to be all one face, I think. I want to be able to put a portal on that face. That's the idea. When I do that, do I now have... These are 2 separate edges. Bridge edges? I don't know what bridge edges does actually. I want them to be one edge. Merge. I guess it isn't one edge. I have to pull it out like that. That's so interesting. All right, we'll expand this out 4. Then I can pull it up like that. That was the idea, is I could do this and get some angled platforms in here. Okay, let's add a wall on this side. Oops. Shift to add a wall. Make that go up 4. We'll add a wall on this side as well. Might have needed to make this room bigger. And there we go. We have a little bit of a room, a little bit of a playground, I'll say, that we can work with. And so I want to be able to, I don't know what that's complaining about. See if that happens again. I would like to be able to place, let's get a ball in our scene as well. Create a 3D object that's going to be, I suppose, a capsule. My initial thought is let's do it with a sphere. Let's add a sphere. What position is the sphere in? Let's move the sphere to 0, 0, 0. Let's move, this is going to be like room. That's at 0, 0, 0 as well. So let's move our sphere into this room. Why not? Where's my move tools? It's weird. I don't have my dials to grab here. Move it up. Let's move it in. What's going on? Why can't I have move selected? There it is. Sphere. Where are my movement dials? That's very weird to me. That's okay, I suppose. -2, 2. We're gonna add a rigid body. So we're gonna make this one, this shape here, this room is going, I think it's just a regular mesh collider. Let's add a rigid body to our cube, sorry, our sphere. That way it will fall. And let's move our camera a little bit over. So I'm gonna put my game camera over here. Now let's move our camera. Maybe we could have the camera be inside the sphere. I don't know if I want that to be the case or not yet. But let's move the camera. Yeah, where are my movement dials? Oh, it's because I have Pro Builder window selected. There it is. That's what's going on. Lance, let's get another hat added to this stack. Thank you so much for the hat, Redeem. Lance, I hope you're doing well, my friend. Oh, a second hat. Got the bonus hat. The old double. Get that double hat going. Thank you for the hat, Redeem. Let me pull this back over here so that it's a little bit easier to put those hats on if I need them. Okay, so that was what's going on. I couldn't move my sphere because I had the edge selection turned on. So let's move our camera over here. Doing well, just wrapping up work. Very nice. Very nice. Let's rotate this around 180. Move us off to the side a little bit. Up, and then tilt the camera down. Which axis would that be? The Z axis? Nope. The X axis. There we go. So that way we can sort of see the room a little bit better here, like that. Even move the camera back a little bit more, I think. Move it back, up, and maybe tilt it even more. Let's go with a 45-degree angle. There we go. All right, so let's just double check. Oh, I'm going to turn off the reloading domain here in a second as well in my editor. But yeah, okay, so our sphere will just drop there. Okay, so I want to create a portal on the floor that we can move through. Okay, so when the ball hits the portal, it moves through it to another section. That feels easy. The challenge I feel the hardest thing is as we're moving through the portal, make it onto N64 without using Portal 64 as a base. It'll be easy for you otherwise. Kvadratisk, I'm all about making things easy for myself. It's like you don't even know me. Kvadratisk, welcome back to the stream. How you doing today? I hope you're having a beautiful day. All right, let's switch the snap to 0.5 so we can do half steps on our grid here because I want this to be halfway between. And let me make my light go straight down so I can see it a little bit better. Oh, that's terrible. All right, never mind. I know you were well. I know you were well. So I'm trying to push you to challenge yourself, pushing me. Look. I want to I want to look impressive. All right, this will impress most people. Let me go into my project settings. I'm going to disable. This is player. No, it's not player. Editor. Enter play mode. I'm gonna make it so it doesn't reload the domain. So this is important if you're doing stuff with static in your code. I'm not, so I don't think I need that. It'll make my play mode just start immediately. It doesn't have to refresh everything. Nice little tip if you don't have static things in your code and you're not using static. If you're using static, you can't use that because you need to reload it. Otherwise, what was there previously will be stuck in memory. Okay, so I want to have a portal on the ground here. And when my ball goes in the portal, we want to shift this back there as well. Let's shift it back 1. Okay, so my ball should fall through and teleport to the next spot. The part that feels particularly challenging is if the ball is halfway through, we should see the ball halfway through here. That's the part. Yeah, so I think I need to make a clone of the ball, right? So as I'm moving through the portal, gotcha. Thank you, Moonness. I didn't know that. Good to know. So the idea being that my ball would be, I need to have it sort of be in both places, and when it finishes exiting, it disappears from one. So they sort of like mimic the physics. So this is, it'll be easy, I think, to just add in a quad. So the idea I had was just add in a quad that is my portal. So add in a plane, maybe a plane here. And let's have this rotate 180 here. Ooh, there's no, a texture to it. Why don't I see anything? Oh, it's behind this. That's what's going on. So my basic idea is my portal just becomes a plane that has a trigger on it. It's massive. Maybe I should use a Pro Builder object here so I can match the size more easily. Let me create a material. It's going to be our portal material. And then we'd probably want to put some kind of shader on it. Portal. We're going to have 2, portal yellow, maybe, and portal red. Is that a portal yellow? Let's get a color. Simple thing like this. Let's scale it down point. These are not going to be lots. 0.25. All right, let's do 0.5. Let's have this be there. Apparently my sizes are really bad. 0.5 isn't going to be quite right either. Well, I guess my platform should be a little bit wider to match the size here. This will be 0.25. So the idea is my portal would be just above put it at 0.1. Maybe not quite 0.1. All right, we have like a portal like this. Is like our entry point. So it's just above. I don't like this, so I'm gonna do it. Maybe not. Maybe not. We don't collide, but this one is gonna be we'll make it convex. We're gonna make it a trigger. So you'll collide with it, and that's gonna like teleport you to the other portal. It's so big. 0.2. Let's do it 0.4. There we go. 0.4 seems about right. Yeah, 0.4, 0.2. Somehow that matches up. I don't know what the conversion rate is, but it seems okay. So like fifths, 0.2 would be 1, 0.1 would be 1 square somehow. Okay. So we'll have this portal here. We'll call this portal yellow. And then we're going to have a portal red. Portal red. Yeah, portal red. We'll make this one a red texture. Portal red. And let's apply that red here. And then let's move this onto a wall. So we rotate 90 degrees here. This is 180. Not there. 180. This becomes 90. So now we can have a portal on the wall like that. And then on our Z, we want to do 0.02 just to put it in front. The idea being, and I guess I could move it over like that. The idea being when our ball falls and touches this, it needs to come out in the relative location on the other side. All right, so it doesn't do it now because I don't have any trigger set up. But my idea is, it's interesting. Yeah, the idea being we need to teleport the ball. Maybe even duplicate it. That's the part that's tricky, is creating a second one. And in fact, it's sort of when the ball is halfway, that's sort of when it should teleport. And we teleport halfway through. So it's almost like this needs to have space under it, that it needs to turn off the collider on the thing under it so we can move through it. Yeah, so it like needs to be attached to just that face that it's connected to. All right, let's create a script. And I'm going to do a portal. It's going to call it our portal controller. And it sort of needs like an entry point and an exit point. And then we can play around with how do we attach these things properly. Thinking, processing. Let's attach our portal here. Portal yellow. Let's open up our portal controller. And we have a trigger. I want to be able to determine when my shape is at least halfway through. Right? So when I'm halfway through, that's when the transfer should happen. Let's do just to start out, public transform exit points. So this is going to be where we're exiting. And this will probably be like another portal controller or something. So that we'll use that to move it out. But the idea being that when I enter this trigger, probably part of on trigger stay, we detect if we're halfway through or something, we move it through. YouTube beat your ad block, GT. Are you using Chrome? Chrome has made changes to their browser. I have, and maybe I should check if it beats mine. I've started using Edge, and I feel a little bit weird about it, but Edge seems to work quite well. Opera, okay. I'm using Adblock and Edge, and it works. If should teleport, else stay. Exactly. Yeah, easy. That's all we gotta do. I want to do public void on trigger stay. Let's go look up the exact code here. Unity on trigger stay. Enter would be fine too. On trigger stay. We want to move our body to the exit point. So the idea would be our if other dot, I guess we just have to do other in general. We know we're hitting some. So other dot, we need to like rotate it. We're gonna have to get like a rigid body off of it as well. Attached rigid body. But really it's the other dot game object. And we want to update its transform. I don't think we can just do exit point like that, no. But the simplest thought is do exit point dot position. This will like move us to that spot. This is like the initial thought I have. So let's go ahead and attach an exit point to it. So our yellow portal should be our red portal here. So this one has our, I'm going to minimize these things. I have my exit point, and I'm going to attach my red portal. And let's go ahead and move my sphere up a little bit higher. And it's just going to teleport us there. You'll see how it just teleports. It doesn't modify the velocity at all. But when we touch this portal, we move to that position. We need to transform our velocity as we go through. And I'm curious if we're allowed to do that nicely in on trigger, or if we need to say, well, in the next physics update, do it. Are we allowed to apply? Because I think these are part of the physics events, I believe. Once per physics update for every collider. Okay, so it is called during the physics update. And we want to transform. We need to get our object's velocity and transform it. So we want to do other.rigid body. And we need to figure out. So I'm already wondering if I have my rotation correct here. Is this X? This should probably be 0 here. So notice I had 180. I want to like get my rotation, and then we're going to do a transformation on it. Our Y feels correct. Our Z feels correct. And then it's sort of like, is this yellow portal? That one needs it. That one needs it. All right. These are correct as well. And Y is 0. So it's interesting here, like the direction you place the portal. So we want to do something with our rotation versus the other rotation. So we have like portal 1. This is our entry portal. This is our exit portal. We need to do something with our quaternions to rotate our, so there's like probably a dot product or a cross product that we do to figure it out. And I'm not sure which one, but we want to update our velocity. So we can set our velocity to be relative to the velocity that we had multiplied by a new vector. So a cheat I could do, ooh, this might actually work out kind of nicely, is I might just do public. So I'm thinking on this portal, I can say, well, what direction should we be coming out? What is our output direction? I can add in. Is this did I make this a trigger? It is. Okay. If cheat is not quite the right word, but I can make it so I don't have to do as much math by adding a child here. And this could be our out vector. And all I do is I put this directly in front of where our portal. So when we exit, we say, well, take the normal. So this is where I'm going to exit. My exit point is here. Now my out vector is here. Calculate that vector and use that as my multiplication. So I don't actually have to do any rotation. I just say multiply it by this thing. Our body, our object isn't going to rotate, right? So we'll have to still figure out how to do the rotation. It'll be hard. You can't, using a sphere is cheating because you won't be able to tell. If I put a texture on it, it'll be a little bit easier to tell. But let's see if we can do this for now. So we have our out vector here. And we're going to say, and we have our sort of in vector, out vector. So I'll do the same thing on this other portal. I'll put an out, oh, I wanted to duplicate that. I'll put an out vector here. And this is going to be our relative portal. Let's go ahead and put this 0, 0. And then this is just going to be, oh, this is like our in vector, right? So we're below, this is our in vector. So that's the direction that we're going in. And really, I feel like we should be able to take the player's vector here. Let's try this. I want my relative public transform out vector. And then I'll attach this to my red or my portal here. All right, so our yellow portal, our out vector is this. And of course, we're going to have to reset these up. I'm just trying to figure out how to do it right now. And this code, we're going to completely scrap it here or adjust it greatly once we know how. All right. So our out vector compared to our exit point, we can normalize that. So on awake, we can say, make this private. We need a private vector 3 out normal. And this is going to be our exit point minus our out vector, exit point dot position minus out vector dot position. And we want to normalize that. And so we'll do out normal equals. And just to see if this is what I expect, we might want to draw this out to see if we can draw it onto the screen. So in our update, I'm just going to render our out vector, our out normal. Maybe this should be called out point. That's going to mess things up and you have to reset it. This will be our out vector normal. Let's draw this. We'll do a debug.draw line from our exit point dot position to our out vector normal, like that. So we should be able to see this line drawn on the screen. I hope. Let's reset this value since I killed it. Okay, so we need to do, this is our out position, out point. And then in here, if I run it, something weird is going to happen, but it's going this is not correct. Yeah, not even close. Oh, it needs to be our exit position plus out vector normal. Because it was drawing it relative to 0, 0. It still think I'm going to the wrong direction. Yeah. So I need to swap the order of these. Like that. So now we see that it's drawing it saying, hey, when I exit, my velocity should go in this new direction. My velocity should be going that direction. So I want to take the player's velocity. So as I'm coming in, I'm going to take the player's velocity and I'm going to get the magnitude. So this is how fast we're going. And I want to multiply it by our out vector normal. So we're going to change our velocity to our out vector. So we're going to keep the magnitude, keep how fast we're moving, and we're just going to set it to the out vector normal. So this is like, yeah. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I think this will, my ball should keep moving forward. Gotta code fast, Cricket. That's right. We gotta code fast. There we go. All right. So the out portal works pretty well. We maintain our velocity. I think if I were to take our red portal and move it, so the cool thing here is I can take this red portal, I believe, and let's put it at this angle over here. Rotate this 0. Cricket, how you been, friend? Folks, be sure to go check out Cricket. What are you working on recently? I know you've been working on your tactics game. I'm not sure if you're going to keep doing that this month. But some awesome stuff. Minus 45. There we go. Oh, this apparently isn't a 45-degree angle. Is this a 30-degree angle? Yeah, it's a 30-degree angle. Not a 30, it's a 30. 32.5, 33, 34. All right. Something. All right, let's move it up. 0.01, 2. The angle there is wrong, but notice my out vector, because it's inside of this, my out vector stays the same. Probably. Frost Raver. Good question. This is me trying to figure it out and not entirely sure if I would. It won't always be the same as the direction as the translation of the portal. So then I'd have to calculate it from my rotation, right? So this is me making it, and now I don't have to calculate it from my rotation. I can just say, oh, get that point, maybe. How would I get it from the... I know I can get it from the rotation. That was my initial thought, but I'm not sure how. I mean, I could probably figure it out. This was like the simple solution for me. So notice by having this here, I can visualize it a little bit as well. You can use the local transform, I think. Well, I know I can get the rotation, but that doesn't give me a vector 3, right? So I need, for my velocity, oh, it's kind of cool. For my velocity, I need to get the normal there. So I'd have to do some extra calculation, I think. With this, even if I rotate it later in the world, it's sort of like calculated for me. Oh no, if I end up rotating it later, it still would need to figure this out. Frost Raver, absolutely though. We could totally do it that way. There's more than one way to do this. There's a weird saying, there's more than one way to skin a cat. I don't know why it's that. But there's more than one way to do this, and that's what we're doing with Mechanically Challenged. Oh, I need to update this command here. Mechanically Challenged this month is to implement portals. If you think you can do it that way, oh, thank you. No, I love backseat coding. If I love backseat coding, because it helps me know, well, maybe I'm doing something really dumb. And it's very possible that by doing it this way, now I'm missing out on some context for doing like my player rotation and stuff. I'd love to see you take a crack at this as well. So we do have this, every month we do a new one. Or write object vector and normal. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I think you're right. Let's go. Do it. You have time. Let's look at what that would be. All right. So what if we do out vector normal equals transform dot forward? What is transform dot forward here? It's very possible, Das, that's very likely the correct thing to do here. Let's look at what dot forward is, and then we don't need that extra point. Yeah. Oh, not quite. Forward is like off to the right there. Let's look what dot up. might be it. So the relative transform, I like this better, right? So it simplifies your setup. Up is straight up still. It didn't take my rotation. That's interesting. That is interesting. I thought it would. So up goes straight up. That is interesting. How would I get that here? Just to see if I... Let's put that here. Yeah. That's interesting. I'm putting it in my update so it'll recalculate it and we can rotate and see if it adjusts with our rotation. You know what? Let's do a couple different ones. Let's do color.green. This will be our up. Green, red, blue. And let's do up. Transform dot right. Transform dot. Oh, do we need a third one? Forward. That's what I want to do. We'll do transform dot up. Let's see what these look like. Oh, local transform. Local. Thank you. Local transform. Local game object transform. Hang on. Game object transform dot local transform. Oh, it is. There is no local transform. There is no local transform. Ah, yeah. So this is like it's our parents, the thing that's rotated. No, this is the thing that's rotated. Never mind. This is the thing that's rotated because this is our portal red. Let's see what these do. I'm curious to see what these do. Yeah, they are like world space still. So you see how they do that? And then let's rotate it. They don't change. That's interesting. I would expect them to change with the object. That is surprising to me. Is there a local transform? Because I thought that's what this would be. Oh, this is, hang on. This should be exit point dot transform. Ah. Because the platform I'm going into isn't changing. There we go. This is, I bet this will do it. There we go. Yes, I was not using my local transform. Points, add frost. Raver, 500 points. Points, add DOS. Thank you guys so much. Incredible contributions here. Now, when I rotate my portal, it's relative there. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Easy. Easy. So much better. Now I don't need this extra in and out points. Oops. So I don't need those. I still, oh, hang on. I still need the exit portal, but I don't need the out point. And we can just calculate this now. We don't have to have this thing calculated ahead of time. This is why this is so much better. I don't have to calculate it ahead of time. I'm still gonna do out vector normal, but it's just gonna be a method call. Vector 3 out vector normal. I'm just gonna have it be a call to our transform dot up, our exit points transform dot up. Okay, so now our ball should maintain its velocity going out. That said, we don't want to swap it out. Yeah, so there's some interesting things here. Some interesting things here. Cool. We don't want our ball. You'll notice the ball teleports too soon. So we kind of need to duplicate the object. I'm gonna add a controller where I can hit space and it'll put the ball back here so we can see it again. We can also put our portal here. I can move this over. Or move this portal. Might be easier. kind of, GT, kind of. You'll notice there's a lot, like the ball needs to, we need to like duplicate the ball, right? Yeah, I'm not rotating the shape. So like if I were to change this, for example, let's disable this and let's create a capsule. Will be a little bit easier to see and demonstrate it a little bit better. Our capsule needs to rotate, right? So as my bottom comes in, the bottom is the thing that should come out. Yeah, so I'm gonna need to make a copy, right? So there's like an on enter, we make a copy. On exits, we destroy the copy. But between the two, it's tricky, super tricky. Let's add in a rigid body here. So you'll see that this is not rotating my shape the way it needs to. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to disable the collision as well. So it might make sense to just keep it here. And it's like if you're halfway through, the teleport happens. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, we kind of want to make a copy of the object. And now with the player, that's going to be even weirder, right? Making a copy of the player, that's like, where does the camera go? How do we keep the camera smooth? Ooh, GT, you're brilliant. That's such a good idea. We remove the collision. All right, so we have portal collision, we have ground collision. We're gonna have to do layers here. Let's add in some layers. That's smart. Ground, and or like surface, and then portal. So we need some different layers. We're gonna have a surface. All right, so our room will be surface, and our portal. Our portal will be a portal surface, and we disable our collision with surfaces while we are colliding it. I don't know if I have a layer. Unreal be different. You almost certainly do, but the idea is that our player. So let me put it over here. Our player collides here. Okay, but can fall through. There it goes. Yeah, so that whole thing, our like angular velocity is gonna have to be translated as well. That's interesting. All right, so we have basic dumb portals working. Looks great, perfect. Ship it, done. Let's take the scale of the teleport from which you leave. Correct. All right. So what I want to do, okay. We on trigger enter, void on trigger enter. Honestly, it turns out collider other. This should probably be like our player. We want to disable. That's cool. It looks fun. Yeah, so this is getting me excited. Like all these things make me want to add portals. My crazy marble game, I want to add a portals to that. That's gonna that might be something I have to add in. I won't be able to help myself. Okay, so we're gonna do when we enter. All right, I need a reference to our ground layer. Do a public layer mask surface layer. Okay, so let's attach the surface layer here to our portal. All right, so we really only have this one portal. There's like some interesting, when we swap to the other portal, it's gonna be, all right, so let's surface layer and probably there's better ways to do this using a scriptable object to track my surface, and I just have it reference my scriptable object, and then I don't have, and it's like one global. All right, so I have my surface here. we want to disable. I just heard my dog barking in the other room. I might have to go for. I might have to go. We'll find out. I want to collider other dot. What is it? Disable. I don't even remember how to do this. It's like a physics dot ignore collision. Ignore layer collision. One object to the other. So I'm not used to using this. Makes the collision detection system ignore all collision between any collider in layer 1 and any collider in layer 2. That ignore layer collision will reset the trigger state of affected collider, so you might receive on trigger exit. Okay. So I need to put the player on a layer as well. And then we have to like reactivate it. So let's go into our layers. That's layout. I'll do player. Or like player will work. Yeah, otherwise it'll cause. Ooh, this is interesting. Can I make it ignore just a specific collider? Because otherwise it's going to turn off the collision for all of them. Unity disable collision layer object. Ignore layer collision. But I want to do it on a specific collider. Makes the collision detector ignore all collisions. Ignore collision. Collider. Okay. Another collider you want to have collider 1 to stop or start ignoring collisions with. Okay, here we go. Ignore collision on collider. Okay, so what we want to do is other.ignore. Hang on. Oh, it's physics.ignore collision. This, I really want to say, like, I want this to ignore a specific layer, but it's really like our target here. So it's like the layer we're on, the layer we're entering. So we're gonna put a public collider, a connected collider. So we have to stop ignoring. We have to ignore the thing that we connect to. So we're gonna ignore connected collider. So we can go through it. I'm gonna disable our teleport here so we can see what that looks like. See if that's working. Okay, and our portal, the thing we're connected to is our room. Okay, and our player colliding currently. And we will move pause. And then we go through. Okay. So it's when we're enough of the way through is when we want to do it. So if I were to put this over here now, I need to make it so that it'll re-enable the collision. Move my player here. Let's turn this back on. After we have teleported, we need to start colliding again, I think. All right, so I still moved through it, right? Not fast enough. Let's move us higher. There we go, but I go right through it. What's interesting is the surfaces here is all one surface that's connected. I think there's gonna be, if I can't quite do on trigger exit. Oh, I can, because this is not. All right, collider other. We're gonna turn it back on. And I think we do that. There's an overload. Ignore. All right, so this will be false. So we're going to say, actually, no longer ignore this. Start receiving these again. Okay. So it turns off. I don't want to go through the portal just yet. I want to be halfway through, so I'm not quite sure how to detect that. Because halfway through is different this way than like the other way. So I kind of want to say, there's something I could put, and this feels, oh, can I get the center of a collider? Other dot bounds dot center. Ah, perfect. So I want to say if the center is inside of this. All right, so I'll do if center. All right, so we have ourselves. So we have the collider on ourselves. Let's get our collider. Surface collider. It's not going to like this. I'm going to go fix that real quick. So we have a surface collider that we're going to attach to here. So our portal yellow, the surface we're connected to is our room. And then we need our portal public collider, portal collider. And let's go ahead and get this here. So when we start up, we're going to get our component collider here. So this is the collider that's on us. We'll cache that value. And I think I can say portal collider dot contains point, or there's something like in physics 2D there is I want to see if collides, check if a point here. Let's go see Unity check if a point is in a collider. Maybe position is inside a collider. Maybe I should just ask collider.closest point isn't quite what I want. Let's go look at Unity collider API. What methods do we have? Which methods do we have that has a vector 3D? None. What? Does it extend something? Closest point on bounds. Compare, get component. It might even be a physics method. Physics dot closest point compute penetration. Biffles, welcome to the stream. ChatGPT might be able to help us out here. Biffles, let's get another hat on the stack. Thank you so much. 2 hats, 1 hat. 2 hats. Let's see if ChatGPT knows. Thank you for the hats. The texture render is optional. The texture render is optional. Of course, we want to have it, but that's an optional. It's not one of the requirements. In Unity, how do I check if a vector 3 is inside of a collider? Optional, yeah, look. The visuals are optional, and being able to place the portals is optional. All right. Collider to check.bounds.contains. Okay, let's try that. So we want to check if our portal collider.bounds.contains, boom, our other.bounds.center. If it does, then we teleport. It does make it easier. People complained that last month's was too hard. So that was our compromise. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, I think... Okay, so now we teleport when we're halfway through. Nice. And then, not quite, I could reduce the size. So notice my collider is quite large. I could make my collider smaller here. It's a mesh collider? That's interesting. Should probably make this a box collider. Sonic was epic. I had a lot of fun with it. This is interesting that this, we're going to turn off this mesh collider. I'm going to add a box collider here instead. Collider. There are other colliders that I might add. Custom collider. Go with a box collider and just make it, there it goes. This is interesting. I need to make it a trigger. Was I'm not directly above it? That's interesting that this isn't, I need to make it a little bit wider. Uh-oh. What is going on with that? Oh, we have two colliders now. We have our mesh collider, and then we have, can I get rid of the mesh? Oh, it's disabled though. When I run this, yeah, it's picking the mesh collider. Let me remove the mesh collider. It's probably a mistake, but that's okay. There it goes. All right, let me move. My player is not quite lined up, apparently. Yeah, it's to the side a little bit. That's interesting. I need to, oh, it needs to be taller. It's below it now. I see. Oh, so our portal here. I need this to come up just a hair. There we go. Now we actually move when we go through. Yeah, I don't know that. Oh, you don't feel this one is easier? Yeah, I feel like this one can be challenging as well, right? I don't know if it's easier or harder. It's different. Okay. So now we go through when we're halfway through. I need to get the rotation right. So I need my, this is the same thing. I need my up to translate. I think I can do that. All right, I need my relative up to be rotated. All right, so my goal here, I need to find my relative up to the box here, to my surface. So I want to get, I need to get the normal, right, of my contact point. As I enter, I need to know which direction I'm facing, or at all times, what is my relative? Yeah, I need the normal. So relative up, right? So I need my the normal to my contact is my relative up, and I need to set that as I'm going through. So my question is, I want the collision here. So I have my collider. I need to know, I need a normal. I don't know how to find that normal. Kind of. Maybe I can just use that. Yeah, so the normal to the exit surface. So my exit surface, I have this green line here, is what I need to translate my input. So in this case, my bottom. So the dumb thing I could do, and this won't work for all cases, would be other.transform dot rotation is equal to exit point dot rotation. Maybe. I don't think this will work because if I'm to the side, so this is gonna make me come out the right way. But if I started rotated, that doesn't work. So if I do a 90-degree rotation, I still come out that way. So it's like I need to rotate it. It's like a cross product I could do. This is what I was saying, like I could take the normal and say, well, translate my normal that way. Yeah, relative up, right? So my relative up is, this direction now. And so I need to come out that way. So putting a face, like putting a texture on this would probably be helpful to really see what's going on, or maybe a nose or something. Yeah, let's rotate this back. And we're gonna add a little sub thing in here so we can sort of see more information. I could also add in, I'm gonna put a sphere just sort of coming out the front and give it a texture or material. Create material green. I'll probably shimmy that inside a little bit, but we're gonna make this. Come on. Give it a little bit of a bulb so we can kind of see a little bit. Let's do 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, just so we can sort of see where the front of this thing is. Let me turn off snapping. So ideally this is like our eyeball, like that. So now when we come out, see, even that is not correct, right? So that should be the bottom. So that rotation is still wrong. Yeah, I think that's what I was going to try to do. Let's get this. Ooh, I can't do a negative. You can't apply a negative. All right, so let's try this. Other.transform.rotation times. Let's see if this just works. Das, great suggestion. Let's give it a shot. All right. Needs to be like inverted, negative. How do I take a transform? Have a beautiful day, Distron. Thank you so much for hanging out. My axis isn't quite right. Let's rotate this capsule here 90 to see if we get a little bit. Yeah. We're backwards though. You see how I'm trying to, I need it to be, what would be times, what would be the rotation that would like rotate it some number of degrees? We're close. We're getting close. Oh, that's fun. It looks so silly. Transform exit point rotation. My fear about doing this is that people will use this as their solution, but I hope not. My fear of doing it live on stream and then sharing the code ahead of time. Hopefully people will take a variation of this attempt, right? One that's far better. I need to make 180 quaternion and multiply that. Been a while since I used that. I know, so I want to do 180, but it needs to be relative. This is not our solution. Like what is 180 on which axis, right? So is it 180 on the y-axis, on the x-axis? Is the x-axis the right one to rotate it on? Uh-oh. That was interesting. What happened? Is our sphere, oh, our sphere has a collider. We gotta turn that off. Our sphere like touched it and was part of the rigid body. That was hilarious. Remove this collider. There is no collider there. Is 180 gonna be the right? I think it's actually. Notice when I did that, we come out in a very weird way. See, that feels correct. But when I rotate 180, now I come out like rotated in a weird way. Yeah, so there's more to this. There's more to this than just multiplying it there. Same if I had 180 this way. Notice the direction we're coming out is awkward, is not correct. Yeah. Let's... That's interesting. Our portal red. I'm wondering if... Yeah, there's something about this whole thing that is interesting. Because those are one... Alright, can I do this? Let's move my portal against the wall, or against the floor here. Or is my incoming portal... Ah, this portal is rotated weird. That's correct. That's correct. No, that feels correct. Game plugins, Hyper, do you mean like mods? Like mods for it? I can't think of one off the top of my head. Does anyone have any good... So, like, in my mind, I don't have any tutorials for it, but in my mind, it feels like I would want to do... like, either Lua scripting or some kind of language scripting. Yeah. We need to punch a hole into the collision. The real portal game blocks can fall into the portal as they fall off a ledge. So I disable the collision just for that object. Yeah, Skyrim modding is probably a good place to start, or a reasonable place to start on that. All right. Sorry. Okay. I don't understand. I don't quite understand your what you're referring to, GT. The duplication is going to be an issue. Instead of moving this object, I almost need to duplicate it. Let's get this working first. So I need to make a copy of this and then have that thing have this velocity. And then when this thing goes the rest of the way through, yeah, there's something weird there. So we need to also be able to sit halfway between a portal, right? That's tricky. That's going to be tricky. I don't know how to do that. Okay. The rotation isn't right. I need to take in to account the rotation of this thing too, right? So this thing's rotation matters. Just multiplying that with that do it. All right, times our portal collider or transform dot rotation. This rotation. Ah. Is this rotated correctly? Let's pause it as we're coming through. There we go. There we go. Is that right? Yeah. That feels weird, but I think that's right. Maybe even one more. I think that's right. Let's move this up on a wall. Imagine a block near a ledge. If the center of gravity is just off, it falls off the edge. While doing so, it rotates in the Portal 2 game. This can also happen to portals on the ground, hence the collision don't fully disable, but only disappear where a portal is placed. If you disable the collision of the block, they always fall into the portal imperfectly without rotating or clipping the portal edge. Oh yeah, so I see what you're saying. They can like rest on the side of a portal. Oh, so you need to like disable. I see what you're saying. No, I understand. So it's like they can actually slip through. So there's like a little extra. I can think of how to do that. You can make the portal itself have a collider as well. So what one thing you could do is you could make the portal itself have a collider on the outside of it, and then you don't have to just say it. You can still just say ignore it, but now it's gonna interact with that one there, so you can be on the edge there. That is how I would approach that, or how I'll probably approach it. Or I just make my portals take up whole walls. And then you can't, it's not just half portals. My portals take up a whole walls because of, laziness. All right, so I think this rotation is correct. Let's try putting this up on this slant again. This was negative 34. Move it out. Yeah, that's what I would expect. I think. Either that or this needs to be rotated. If this was rotated that way, it'd be upside down, I suppose. You could also do that as well, GT. Yes. I think there's many ways to do it. All right. Is that right, though? So if I come out of my portal... This feels not right, actually. Hang on. Let's move this portal here. If I'm facing... All right, so let's think about it this way. If I'm facing down, my face should be coming up. No. 180. That's almost it. Notice the orientation gets botched there, though. The yeah. Frost Raver, thank you so much for the follow. Frost Raver, welcome in Thank you for following me today. Welcome to the crew. That might be the wall. Well, my rotation is definitely wrong. Right, so if I'm coming in, I'd expect my capsule to be like this, right? So when I entered, I wish I could rewind time. My eye is facing here. So when I come out, my eye should be facing here. If this is the top of the portal, right? But it's like rotating in. Quadratus, yeah, that's what everyone is saying. Like, there's some solutions there. I'm trying not to look at it. So this works fine if my rotation here is not set. So my eye is coming in this way. Therefore, my eye should be facing that way when I come out. Okay, so let's test that. Yeah, so my eye is this way. It was coming down like that. So the rotation was fine. There's something with my X rotation that is not quite right. So when my X rotation is 0, it's okay. When this multiplies in, something goes wrong. It is the RCB Live. Welcome to the stream. It is a lot of hands. This is where all my coding powers come from. It's where all my coding powers come from. I do have to wrap up here in about 10 minutes, though. Yeah, so there's something about the rotation that's not quite right. This is where I was thinking, oh, I could just find it. Rather than doing the rotation, I could say, okay, well, part of me feels like I could calculate a normal and then use that to find the rotation. Like, my brain feels like that is a little bit easier for me. Or I feel like that'd be a little bit easier for my brain. Okay. All right, we do have to wrap up here. I'm gonna save this. Folks, I need to get some hats for coding powers. Yes, do it. RCB, you can do it. I believe in you. All right, folks, we're gonna wrap up here. We're gonna find someone to raid out to. Don't forget to join the Discord. I'll be back. I'm gonna try and be back tomorrow. I'll be back Monday for sure. But don't forget, we gotta learn you a game jam coming up. So be sure to go and join the game jam. Captain Coders Learn You a Game Jam. This month, we're going to be trying to make a bunch of starter prototypes. Every month, not every month. Every stream, I'm going to try and start a new game every stream as we lead up into this and make that a little bit of an intro tutorial on like how you could get started on a game. So I'm going to be using Unity. I'm going to be using Game Maker. I'm going to be using Raylib. I'm going to be using Godot. We're going to be doing it in a bunch of different projects here, not just Unity. But go sign up for Captain Coders Learn You a Game Jam. We have $750 in prizes, so I hope you'll consider joining it there. Join the Discord to know when we're streaming next. Go check out Captain Coders Learn You a Game Jam. Check out Mechanically Challenged. We've got so much fun stuff going on. But we got to get out of here. Let's find someone to raid. Let's see who's on. Who do we got? Who do we got? We got Irish John. Ooh, I never get to raid Irish John. Oh, he's playing Minecraft. Must be doing a charity stream. Two Nerdy Nerds, JD Does Dev, IRAD Dev, Andreas Sass Dev, CodeRad Games. I feel like I haven't rated CodeRad Games in forever. Good stuff going on. Sloppy Barrels is always fun. Layla codes it. Let's go over to CodeRad Games. Incredible game developer making a game called Rogue Blight. We're gonna give him some love. All right, folks. We can get over there. Let's let him know how much we love him. When we get over there, show us your game. Like this. All right, so when we get over there, be sure to just yell out, show us your game. Copy, paste, when we get over there. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. Remember to keep coding. Remember to keep growing. Remember to keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. We'll be back tomorrow. I hope to see you then. Have a beautiful day. Bye-bye.